What is up, Super Fam and Bro Viren alike? We are officially deep into the Shadow Rising, and this episode is doing everything that we needed to do, if you ask me, bro. I am so hyped to get into it, yo. This episode is absolutely stacked. We got Rand doing his stuff in the IEO waste and all the craziness going on there. We got my boy Perrin becoming a legend, whether he wants it or not. And of course, we got Matt complaining the entire time. So, I mean, I'm excited to get in today's episode for sure, and I hope you guys are too. Make sure you drop a like and a share on the stream if you haven't already to appease the algorithm gods. Please and thank you. I appreciate it so much. You know, they be out here set tripping on your boy. Make sure you guys also go and check out our From Watcher to Reader channel that we have live right now with the first episode on there of our instant reactions to these books, with new episodes coming on there very, very soon. So make sure you look forward to that. I am so hyped to get into it today, guys. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be today's gonna be a good one. You already know how we do things around here. First, we get into our chat talk. We then do our overall thoughts of this section of the reading, and then we will wrap it all up with a nice bow when we do our chapter by chapter review and discussion. Okay, bro. I am so excited to get into this today, you guys. For real. Like, I really am. I enjoyed this chapter. I enjoyed these chapters so much. I think they're just getting better and better. I feel like I'm saying that week after week, but I mean it. I mean it with my whole heart and soul. These chapters just continue to get better and better and better. And I just can't even begin to believe it. Okay? I can't begin to believe how good it's getting, man. I'm having a great time in these books. I'm having a great time. This section was a little heavier when it comes to, like, I feel like this section was not nice to you. You know what I mean? This section was definitely calling for all of your attention, and you had to give it, or else you were gonna be lost in translation. I almost got lost in translation, but luckily I was able to lock in. I think since I'm able to do these like chapter by chapter instant reactions after, and then like really talk it through sometimes, and then like I'll be like, oh my god, I didn't even realize that in the last one I didn't talk anything about that. So let me talk about this for a second. But I just love that vibe. You know what I mean? The vibe of being able to go through this story and just continue to have things wrap back around to things from the first book to the second book to the third book to where we are now, and wrapping back into themselves. It's amazing, yo. I enjoyed this segment so much. So many reveals. We'll get into it in the overall thoughts portion. But just to do a little clean house here, like I said, you guys already know the From Watcher to Reader channel is out right now. Shout out to everybody that's already subscribed and anyone that's been tuning in over there. I definitely appreciate you. We're going to be having these episodes come out over there steady as we go, and so definitely keep tuning in to all those new episodes of our From Watcher to Reader channel. Hopefully we can do, I'm thinking of what book to do, like, just for the channel, like, as like just doing instant reactions and maybe not even doing a live for it or something, but I'm not sure what that'll be exactly. But I'm excited, man. I'm really excited to get into it, you guys. Our book club has been really fun, and I just love it. Some more just to, just chat talking real quick, you guys. I don't know if you know, but Welcome to Deary just ended. We got Percy Jackson just starting. We also have I just watched it yesterday. Fallout Season 2 is airing. We're also getting something else this month. There's another show that's airing this month that I can't think of. And we're getting Wonder Man. We're getting a ton of stuff in December. Not to mention Stranger Things Volume 2 with the season finale of Stranger Things releasing in theaters. I mean, come on. This is going to be a crazy month. Avatar is The Way of Water. Not The Way of Water. Avatar Ashes of Creation is an MMORPG. But, the Ash one, that movie is coming out tomorrow as well. crazy. It's just insane how much stuff is going on and how time just continues to just speed on by, it feels like sometimes. Um, but yeah, let me know what you guys have been reading, what you guys have been watching this past week. Please fill me in, my twin. Let's get that going over there. Okay. Let me know in the comment section down below what character carried this episode for you. You know what I mean? And when I say episode, I mean like this segment. You already know what I mean. Like, what character carried for you here? Because I feel like there was a lot going on in this section. Who was your favorite character out of this section even? I guess that could be a better question as well. Yeah, what POV carried this episode? Rand, Perrin, Elaine and Nynaeve, or Matt? Because I believe we got all those POVs. Oh, maybe instead of Matt, I'll go the I'll put the Tanchico POV. Tanchico, because the Tanchico POV was pretty solid when we just got to see like all of the different people in Tanchico themselves, from Leandrin to Egwene or any of them. That was all really awesome as well. Boom. Let me know what you guys feel about that one in the comment section down below. Let's jump in the chat. See how you guys are doing. Yo, what's up with the Thatcher? What's up with the LBF? How y'all doing? Yo, I appreciate you guys. Lego my ego. What's up with the Thatch? What's up with the LBF? How are you doing? My guy LBF said, let's go. This is a great set of chapters. And now do you see why they had Elaine make homebrew in the show? Probably should have been wine, but that takes time to age, so they switched it to beer. Maybe I don't understand. I might be a little confused. Please explain to me words. Got to keep the magic realistic. Oh, was she refilling her own cup? Was that like the thing there? Because I was a little confused as to what the hell was going on. I ain't gonna lie. Because Elaine's one cup of wine. Did that happen in the show? Bro, I'm telling you, I gotta go rewatch the show. Sometimes I feel like I didn't even watch the show. I feel like I just came to a new level of consciousness recently. I know that's wild to even say, but I feel like recently I just came to a new level of like consciousness in life, and I've just been realizing so much stuff, and I'm like, hey, what? Okay, yeah, she didn't fill the cup. Okay, I got you. I didn't think she was filling the cup because she just kept drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. Like, and I was like, damn, yo, she's faded. She was faded. Elaine was absolutely blitzkrieged. Like, no lie, she was absolutely blitzkrieged. It was hilarious. We're definitely in the ramp up. To the end, in terms of pages to impact, I'd say Elaine, but overall Perrin. I agree. I feel that. Perrin was with it, yo. Perrin was awesome. I really liked Perrin in these chapters. I always like Perrin. He's my favoriteest guy. But he was killing it, yo. He was killing it. The creepy waiter was trying to get her drunk. Yeah, that I also wrote that down in my notes, you guys. I literally was like, okay, bro's trying to get her drunk and smash? What's happening here? This is interesting. Like like he just keeps walking by and filling her drink again and again and again and again and again. And then at night when everyone's gone and whatnot, he's like, hey, yo, let me take you to your, like, oh, yo, come with me. Hey, yo, come with me. Like, bro, yo, luckily Elaine's not that ditzy, you know. She's like she was crazy enough to be drinking, but she wasn't crazy enough to, let nothing crazy go on. Um Wild. Elaine drunk is hilarious. Yeah, I was rolling. Waiter was a creep for real. I agree. Waiter was a huge creep. Yes, I agree. It was definitely to show Elaine has book smarts and not street smarts. I agree with that completely. For real. I really do. I think that's a really good point. Because that is the best way to put it. She has absolutely zero street smarts. Poor thing. You know what I mean? But she's so I don't know if brash is the word, but she's very upfront about the things that she does. So she doesn't end up getting into too bad of a situation. She gets into bad situations, but it's never outside of that. Well, at least it hasn't been up until now. She was definitely faded beyond belief. Even Nynaeve was like, "Girl, what is you doing?" Love it, love it, love it. I loved it all. Such a good chapter, and such a good way to start it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. All right, beautiful party people. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Can I do this and this? And then exit that? And then let's make chat a bit bigger. Awesome. Let's close this and put this on the left side and that on the right. Okay. I think this is good. I think we got it going good now. All right. Okay. I believe that is the end of our chat talk portion of things. Now, let's get more into my overall thoughts and of the book. But before we get into my overall thoughts of this episode, I like that. We're gonna be calling it these episodes now. Like, instead of, because I've been saying like segments and all these other things, and it's just been so hard to keep up on the terminology. But this episode and all of that works really well for me, because these are episodic for you guys and for me when we're doing them. So that's gonna be the terminology I'm using from here on out, yo. This episode is a banger. This episode was a banger, yo. That sounds so weird because we're in the episode right now, though. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to still workshop it a little bit. We may have to take it to the shop of work. Sorry, that was bad. Let's see. We can do that one in a second. Let's do this one. All right. We're about to get into the overall thoughts. You guys already know how we do. We'll get into the overall thoughts and then the actual chapter by chapter review and discussion. All right. So make sure you guys are ready, because we're about to dive on in. I'm just trying to go beyond infinity to infinity and beyond. Blasting off to another galaxy. Does anybody want to come along? Blasting off to another galaxy, to infinity and beyond. I'm just trying to go beyond infinity. Does anybody want to come along? I'm just trying to go beyond infinity, to infinity and beyond. Blasting off to another galaxy. Does anybody want to come along? My anxieties through the ceiling. Sometimes I'm in my feelings. Just play the cards they're dealing. You can have my heart, don't steal it. My anxiety gets the best of me. What's the recipe? Is it Hennessy and weed? Is it Zanny so I can sleep? Is it leaving what's left? It takes all of me to give my all to you, the way you want me to.
I still try. Cause I ain't trying to waste no time when tomorrow can be gone. I'm up all night trying to write a love song to you. Yeah, it's true. You got me trying to do right cause I do bad on my own. That's why I never knew what really made a house a home. But it's you. Once upon a time is a hard thing to come by. It's a hard thing to come by. Your heart and my mind are a hard thing to combine. They're a hard thing to go. I wish upon a star. Wish upon that no matter where you are, no matter where you are, no matter where you are, no matter where you are. My thoughts get intrusive. It got me smoking just to ease the pain. Get lost in the music and let the beat flow through your veins. I'm young, gifted and foolish, cause I ain't worried about a fucking thing. When you have it, you can lose it, and that shit ain't gon' never change, and that shit ain't gon' never, and that shit ain't gon' never change, and that shit ain't gon' never, and that shit ain't gon' never change.
Make sure you guys go and check out my EP out there on all those streaming platforms where y'all be listening to music to and that. All right. Definitely appreciate all the love, all the support. And LBF, you had me rolling saying I'm surprised YouTube hasn't given you a copyright strike on your own music, because that is a fact. That's hella funny because it's so true. Because YouTube be tripping, dog. Like YouTube be tripping. But that's hilarious. Okay. Let's get into my overall thoughts for this portion of the reading. Okay. First and foremost, I gotta say this, yo. This entire book is really just Jordan absolutely flexing on us, right? Like, that's something that I came to the realization of while I was reading this book. I was like, oh, Jordan is really letting us know that we're not even at the halfway point. Like, that's really how I felt when I was reading this. It felt like, hey, this is all the stuff that we've done. These are all the places that we're going, and that's not even like relatively close to it. And I could really tell that in this portion of the reading, because not just because of the multiple POVs that we got or the multiple locations that we were going, and the fact that it was absolutely zero hand holding in this portion of the reading as well, but it was really how when we got to Tanchico, we hit the ground running. It's like, yo, if you're in book 4 with me, then you know what's going on here. He has full faith that you are ready for a crazy curveball of some kind, because going from all these different POVs in Tanchico and like, this is something that I really wanted to keep for the chapter 37 or chapter whenever we go there, but keeping the reveal of Tanchico not even a secret, like telling us flat out, oh, like, this is the, like, in the first paragraph saying, like, da-da-da-da, this is how the things are, this is how the hills of Tanchico are, whatever, and it's like, oh, we're in Tanchico, and then it makes us think that we're with Elaine and Egwene, possibly, right? It's like, oh, okay, now we're about to see Elaine or Egwene's POV, that's whose POV is about to be next. But it's not Elaine or, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Egwene, Nynaeve. It's not either of them. It's not Elaine. It's not Nynaeve. It's a completely different POV from the ones that we've had up until this point. And that took me aback, because I was like, wait, what? Who is this person that we have never seen before in chapter 39? You know what I mean? Like, and then we kind of learn about who this person is and start getting introduced to all these other things. And then all these reveals of things that were in the other book. It's like, oh my God, this is the stuff from that. You know, this was in crazy. This was in crazy. This was in crazy. Okay. Like, it was so wild. I couldn't even believe it. And I loved it actually. I loved everything about this portion. We really got to see Rand level up in real time here too, but not even just Rand. We're seeing all of our characters leveling up in real time. And it has me so hyped. It has me so excited every time we get to see someone new. Like as we're with Rand and all this stuff is happening, and it's like you can also see Rand, and then it makes you question his decisions. It's like, okay, did he do that because he's losing his mind, or did he do that because he knows that there's something afoot? Or are those things the same? You know what I mean? Like, or is it both? You know, like there's just so many ways that you could go with this, choosing on how you want to interpret the story, what's happening, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see that. I also like Matt's POV is very short, but the way he just is kind of like questioning everything at all times, he just makes me laugh, yo. Like he just makes me laugh. All bro ever wants to do is play dice. That's it. That's all bro want to do is shoot dice, find him a big girl, you know what I mean, and cuddle up. I ain't even realized my boy Matt really likes big girls like that until this chapter. I was like, until this episode. This is where I was like, wait, wait a minute, my boy Matt. Okay, okay. Well, go ahead on, Matt. I ain't never, I'm not knocking nothing. I'm just like, bro, I came to the realization that every time bro is talking about somebody, they always got a little bit extra, a little meat on them. You feel me? What's happening, Matt? I see you, dog. You know what I mean? What's his name? Q Moto's music. I like 'em big. Hey, I like 'em stronger. That's Matt's song right there. You feel me? And I was like, hey, let's go. Just another reason to like Matt. Yeah, like we needed more reasons to like him. But it was dope seeing him with his Raven marked spear. Like, oh yeah, Raven marked spear, Heron marked blade. I need to know what's going on here. Like, I have more questions here. And then with his little medallion thing, I suppose it was a medallion that had the logo of the Aes Sedai on it. Again, did not expect that. These are things that had me very surprised. Oh no, what's going on? I feel like my watch has not been setting my timers when I've been pressing the buttons, and that's a little irritating. Um, I'm gonna have to just use my phone or something. Uh, but like, let's go. I'm not sure how long your boy's been talking at this point, but we'll just put 5 minutes on the clock. But like it's like I love it, man. Everyone is so leveled up. Everyone is awesome. Matt is awesome. And then we're introduced to Tanchico, and it legitimately just feels evil. There's not even another word. There's nothing else to say about it. It feels evil. Truthfully, as soon as we're there, it's like, oh, everybody here sucks. Oh, okay. Like this normal person that we thought we were watching. No, this isn't a normal person. They suck. Every single POV that we're seeing right now is from a person who absolutely sucks. Tanchico is indeed evil, as everyone has been warning us, And now I realize why everyone has been like, that is no place for you guys. Like, that's no place for you guys to go and all of that. I get it. It's not a place for them to go at all. They need to stay far, far, far away. Holy. But I loved it. I loved the vibes. Everything was awesome there. And then, of course, the main man pairing, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my watch has to be tripping. It has to be. Like, there's no way my watch isn't tripping. I don't know what's going on here. I don't even remember what I was saying. That threw me for a loop just now. But do a loop-de-loop and pull. Now your shoes are looking cool. You know what I mean? It was one of those. Okay, no active timers. All right, cool. Let's keep it that way for a second. Um, all right. Yeah. Perrin is my guy, yo. Perrin accidentally becoming a folk hero was just not in my bingo card. Even though it kind of was, but not to the amount that it happened here, bro. Like it's amazing. I just love Perrin. He's my favorite character. He is a good guy. He wants to do nothing but the best. He is like the epitome of a reluctant hero, even though all of our characters are reluctant heroes in one way or another. You know, we have like the reluctant chosen one, the reluctant this, the reluctant that, and we're able to kind of dive down that reluctancy in one way or another. I don't think there is this is interesting. I'm not going to go on a big tangent here, but recently there was talk of around the Supergirl trailer, and there was just this talk of people not enjoying the reluctant hero story anymore because it's like, oh, every hero is a reluctant hero now. And it just feels like, in my opinion, almost all heroes are reluctant of being a hero. They kind of, none of them want to do it. They feel as if it has to be done, you know? It is a duty that it's more of a duty than anything. And I feel like duty and reluctancy, if that's a word, go hand in hand in a lot of ways, because it's something that you are called to do. It's not really something that it's something you are chosen to do, not something that you choose to do necessarily, but you choose to do it since you've been chosen. And I feel like that's kind of the whole. I feel like a reluctant hero is the entire purpose of, with with great power comes great responsibility. It's like it really doesn't matter how reluctant of a hero you are, you still have a responsibility to step up. And that's just very true for us in our day-to-day lives as human beings and how we just interact with mankind. But that's a tangent for another day as well. But I just really enjoy the way that we're able to look through these many colors of reluctancy within each character. Honestly, each character has their own form of reluctancy. They have their own ideas, their own, all of that, and that just feels solid. It feels right. It feels good, and I want more of it, to be completely honest with you, because these characters are just they work for me, man. It just works for me quite very much so, if I do say so. So, like, to just wrap it up, this book is really just looking you dead in the eyes and saying, you're locked in now, buddy. Hold on to your britches, because it's about to get insane. And that is just so true. It is very, very true. And I love that. Oh my God. And I really love that, yo. Oh, I see, I see. And I really love that. Okay, let's jump into chat. Let's see how you guys are feeling let's see how you guys are feeling a little bit before we start getting into our chapter by chapter review and discussion. Okay? Bam. Okay. It's kind of how the show set up Tenchiko with the Black Aja arriving there. That's a good point. Yeah, it is. It is. It's kind of like that, but in such a different manner. Like, I understand why the show didn't do it, because this book has so many characters. This book has so many characters. And I love that, though. I love it. But this book has so many characters. Like, these books have a lot of characters. And again, this segment also made me quadruple down on that this needs to be an anime. I don't understand what people are doing when it comes to fantasy. You cannot ever, other than Lord of the Rings, because Lord of the Rings is magical. But you cannot. Oh, by the way, chat, I have now watched all of the Lord of the Rings movies and the Hobbit movies since the last time we have spoken. I've watched them all. We did not do book club last week because my entire family was sick. I was sick. Remy was sick. The kids was sick. So it was just not, it wasn't possible. You know what I mean? There was no way that I could have did it while it was just not possible. So, we didn't do that last week. That's my bad. But while I was dying, I watched all of the Lord of the Rings movies, the extended editions, by the way. And holy shiitake mushrooms. They were fantastic. They were fantastic. I'm going to do a full like review and discussion on all of the stuff. But yeah, that shit was fire. That shit was fire, yo. Like that shit was that shit was magnificent, bro. I couldn't believe it. I shed tears at the end of when I finished the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I was like, wow, all right. I had no idea I was so invested in Bilbo and not Bilbo. I'm sorry, Frodo, and just everything that was going on. My guy Bilbo was that guy too. I really like The Hobbit. I really like The Hobbit. I think I would like The Hobbit a little bit more if we did more old Bilbo stuff, maybe, because I really liked having old Bilbo come in. I almost thought that we would continue to interject back and forth between them, but we didn't. When that was fine with me. But I just really like old Bilbo. I like young Bilbo too. I just really like it, yo. Like, bro, it's just like the Lord of the Rings is fantastic. It's probably the best movies ever. Like, legit. We're not going to go too hard on it right now, but it is legitimately probably the best movies that I have ever seen in my life. And I've watched a lot of movies, but those movies are it's incredible. It's incredible. Like, nothing touches those. It's honestly wild that those are. And I had no idea that those movies were 2000s. I thought all of those movies were from the 1900s of some time, but they're not. Like, none of them. Like, they're all 2000s. I was mind blown when I was watching them. Incredible movies, yo. Incredible. I know George Lucas watched those and was like, I'm redoing the trilogy. Like, you know what I mean? Because holy shit, it's just like, yo, there's so much. Watching those movies, I saw the blueprint immediately for all the other movies I've ever watched in my life. That's it. That's all I can say. I'll leave it at that. It was incredible. I could not believe it. And then those movies, I think The Lord of the Rings is also being re-released for the 25th anniversary. So definitely going to be seeing those in the IMAX, and I'll be talking about it more then. So Matt is tricked out with all the accessories. For real. He really is. He has all of the accessories. Like, he is doing all of the things. Like, he's doing all the things, honestly. You know, he is doing all of the things, all of the stuff that he needs. He's gained the what are they called? Stat points. You know what I mean? He's definitely got more stat points with his new equipment, bro. And it's just crazy. He has new equipment. He's leveling up. He knows more. It's just so video gamey. It's so tabletop-y. And I need to learn how to catch that magic. RJ noted that in many stories, a hero is told they are the chosen one and says, righto, let's go then. RJ thought a real person would back away from that weirdo and send him for a psych eval. And I feel like that's very true. Honestly, I feel like that's so true. Like, you come and tell someone that they're the chosen one and they say, yeah, like, you might need to be nervous. Like, that person kind of has that. They have a complex. I feel like that's why I really enjoy Megamind so much. This is crazy that we're making this parallel to the children's movie, but very often the children's shows and movies have the most narrative impact when it comes to these messages. But you know, when Megamind tries to create the new his new Metro Man, right? when he tries to create the new Metro Man, and he does that. He tells him, like, you are the chosen one. And what does he do? He basically embraces it. Like, yeah, I've been waiting for this shit my whole life. It's like, ugh. That's a little nerve-wracking. You know what I mean? Same thing with Aang. I mean, look at Aang. He is so reluctant, my guy. Like, he is so reluctant of everything that he runs away and then gets trapped in an ice ball for 100 years because he's a reluctant hero, you know? And then out because he made that first decision of major reluctancy, everything following that happened. And it's like, yeah, buddy, I like that shit. One bad decision can change a lifetime. And his changed too. Absolutely cooking. There will be videos for Lord of the Rings, but I unfortunately did not do reactions right after every one of them because I was dying. That's really the only reason. I wanted to. I thought about it. Like, I even brought up my recording software to record, and then I looked at myself in my camera, and I was like, and then the lights were beaming on my face, and I was just like, I can't do it. Do it. And I just turned it all off and then kept watching Lord of the Rings because it was fucking amazing. I should have made TikToks at the very least, though. But I'm going to make full videos on it since I've watched it for the first time. I can, I've watched The Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I'll probably do a long-ass video talking about everything. I know how much people love long-formed videos now, especially Yap sessions. Lord of the Rings movie is always good choice. Hobbit marathon, Hobbit was good. I didn't know that people didn't like The Hobbit. I wasn't aware of that. I like The Hobbit. But it's probably because I don't know, man. Oh man, I do honestly like the Hobbit ones, minus the White Orc. I don't think he was a necessary addition. Really? Interesting. I'll have to really do a full stream on Lord of the Rings. I know that will bring the people out. I know that will bring the people out, for real. The Hobbit's better than Rings of Power. I actually want to go back and watch the Rings of Power now that I have watched everything. I feel like Rings of Power is not I don't feel like that's an entry point. I just don't. I don't know. It doesn't feel entry level at all. It's just not. It doesn't feel that way at all, to me, at least. And I feel like I haven't watched the second season, but now that I've watched the movies, we've been talking about this too long, but now that I've watched the movies, I do feel like Rings of Power is very much trying to be like the first Lord of the Rings, meaning slow. Like, that's the only equate to that. Is like, it's very slow in a way, because the first Lord of the Rings movie is very slow for like the entire first 2 hours. Like, I think it's like the whole first 2 hours, it's very slow. And then after a certain point, it's not slow anymore for the duration of it until you get to the last movie. Like, nothing feels slow at all. But that beginning is it's a build-up. It's a very, very good build-up. But Rings of Power was not a good build-up in my opinion. I don't even think I finished that one. I was like, this isn't it for me. But it did take me like 180 times to try to finish The Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson and crew really outdid themselves. I agree. Lord of the Rings are my all-time favorite movies for many reasons. I agree with that too. They're fantastic, honestly. All the way to the very end when I was weeping like a baby. Like, yeah, I agree. The greatest. There's so many things that are better than Rings of Power. Yeah. I wanted to like Rings of Power. I can't believe that they canceled Wheel of Time and then continued Rings of Power. Just, if Rings of Power had... If Wheel of Time had that Ring of Power budget, oh god. Oh gee golly willikers. The special effects are amazing for the time and such a great blend of practical. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. It made me enjoy it. I enjoyed it so much. Lord of the Rings movies were actually filmed in the 1900s. Oh, was the extended edition released in the 2000s then? Because when I looked at the movies, they said 2000s on them. But maybe it's because I was watching the extended edition. The extended editions? Did the extended editions come out in the 2000s or something? Because it definitely said like 2002 or 2003 for the first movie, that is. Oh, or are you just saying that they were filmed in the 1900s, not released in the yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. But still, that's wild to me. I thought they were I thought those movies were from like the Star Wars era, low key, right? Because Star Wars is old as shit. And I literally thought Lord of the Rings was as old as Star Wars. But Star Wars movies are older than Lord of the Rings movies, but the Lord of the Rings books are older than everything. I remember seeing them in theaters as a kid. Damn. Read DCC? What the hell is that? It will show you how to level up in a book? I don't know what this means, LBF. I need more information of what you're talking about. Please give it to me somehow. That sounded wild. Drop it in the Discord or something, please. Dungeon Crawler Carl? What? Avatar totally has a whole lot of Watt DNA in it. Yeah, Avatar has every DNA in it, honestly. Like, when you really watch it, it has the DNA of a little bit of everything. Especially Wheel of Time, though. Crazy that both of those shows got live action, like, adaptations of them. And I feel like those shows are equally... I feel like Avatar is worse than the Wheel of Time show, though. That's probably a little divisive, but I stand by it. Yeah, Tolkien was first with it. Have you ever read The Hobbit? Nah. Oh, they changed a lot from the book? Oh, no, I haven't read The Hobbit. I've only read the first book of The Lord of the Rings, and that was awesome. And I really liked how The Hobbit started with how the Lord of the Rings book starts, The Fellowship of the Ring. Like, that book has the same beginning as the other one. Guys, I haven't. If it's not The Wheel of Time or Mistborn, I have not read it. You should know this at this point. This is why From Watcher to Reader is a thing, y'all. Because all I've done is watch stuff. So now I get to read the Lord of the Rings books next and all that good stuff, you know? It's the writing loopholes and shortcuts that I dislike about Ring of Power. Visually, it's amazing. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, I can't agree with that because I don't know the loopholes and shortcuts, but I do agree about it's amazing visually. They canceled Watt to compensate for wasting money on Rings of Power. Yo, the things that would have to happen though in Wheel of Time, the budget had to double, or else it just wasn't going to look good. So I unfortunately understand them from that business point of view, which is why I stand by it needs to be animated. Like, that's a very easy way to just get over that. But everybody wants live action everything, and it pisses me off, bro. Like, these things, look at Arcane. Just give me something Arcane level for Wheel of Time. Give me something Arcane level definitely for Mistborn, you know? Like, give me like, yeah, bro. Give me all of that. Give it to me. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Okay, I don't know what that is, but let's write that down somewhere. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Dungeon Crawler Carl. All right. Note that. On board for an anime for real? Yeah, bro. Just cast the same cast as voice actors. Truthfully, Roseman could damn near do everybody's voice. Yo, you can have Roseman doing so many people's voices in an animated project, yo. Like, damn near all of them. Hilariously. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, give her the roster. All right. Chat. Y'all have distracted me so much. Why would you do that? Why would you distract me? No, I'm just playing. It's okay. We were talking about Lord of the Rings and we started nerding out, yo. That was awesome. Now I'm really gonna deep dive into everything Lauder. So lame. Everything Lauder. I am in for it, yo. I am in there for show. Yeah, I'm more on the field of starting from scratch from the anime LBF. That's what I would rather have. Like restart. Just restart the whole story, tell it a lot more accurately to what's actually happening. Give it the normal anime treatment with like a good amount of episodes, like 12 episodes. But don't give it like the 30-minute episode treatment. Give it more like the 45-minute episode treatment, you know? Kind of like Blue Samurai. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine Wheel of Time in the style of Blue Samurai? Y'all go watch Blue Samurai on Netflix. It's magnificent. It looks amazing. It's breathtaking. All of the things, all of the words to explain something incredible apply to that, literally. Okay. Let's get into the chapter by chapter review and discussion, folks. And you already know we about to dive on in, so make sure you go grab you a little, grab you something to drink, go grab some water, go to the restroom, get your Two Rivers tobacco or something. If you ain't got nothing to snack on, by the way, you could always just go and grab some popcorn.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn. Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
All right, chat. I believe we are ready to get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion, yo. I am so excited to get into this, man. This is gonna be a fun one. All right. This is going to be a fun one. Let's duplicate that and come back to this. Go over there. Yo, Google Docs is a freaking lifesaver. I don't know what I honestly have no idea what I would do without Google Docs and Google Drive and the entirety of the Google ecosystem, because all of my scripts, my notes, literally everything is through Google Drive. My book, my outlines, everything. Articles, everything I've ever done, all through Google. I need a typewriter, chat. All right. Let's get into it. It's still there. Oh, you guys are ready? All hail our Grailgun AI overlords! Hey, bro, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that everybody, all of them, right? Google, Microsoft, they all have these ecosystems and things that it's like almost impossible to live without. Adobe, legit, they all have these things that are hither near impossible to exist without in some way, shape, or form. You know, like almost anybody with any type of corporate job is most likely using Microsoft Teams or Google Classrooms. If you're in college, it's like, bro, it's impossible to escape it. I don't know how you can in this day and age, brother. It's just everywhere you look. It's like, hey, here's this new thing, and then there's this other new tech thing that you need to learn. Whatever, though. We ball, as they say. All right, beautiful ladies. All right, beautiful gentlemen. Let's get into it. Let's get into...
Chapter 37. Imre Stand.
Chapter 37. Oh, shit. That's what I'm missing. Chapter 37. 37. No, I'm just playing. Let's put that over there, and then we have to put this here because we got to get the book. Oops. I was almost completely ready, but here we go. Let's talk about it, chat. Let's talk about it, chat. Let's talk about it, chat. We are here traveling through the Aiel Waste with Rand and the Aiel and Matt and Moiraine and Egwene and the Wise Ones and the 700. Was it like 700 Aiel? Were there 1,000 Aiel or something? No, there was like 1,200 Aiel, right? Because Ruark's party was like 400, and then Other Bro's party was like 7. So it was like 12 of them out there, you know? It was probably, realistically, there was like 1,200 Aiel just roaming through the waste. Terrifying, honestly. So we're just kind of rocking and rolling, and something happens, and Rand just kind of embraces Saidin immediately. And for some reason, it just threw me off. There's something happened before that, obviously, you know, because we're in, like I said, we're in the Aiel Waste, and we're kind of rocking and rolling, and we're talking, and we're going, and, you know, Moiraine and the Wise Ones are, you know, they're not watching over him. And he was like, why aren't they watching me? And I was like, that's interesting. And why is bro like kind of tripping a little bit? And he laughs to himself, and Avienda is like, yo, what you laughing at, homie? And Avienda was basically on his chest the entire time. And bro's like, you could try finding a little more respect for the Karakarn. And then Ruark chuckles. And I love that. And we get this little bit of lore here. Not like a deep dive of lore, but he says a clan chief is not a wetlander. A clan chief is not a wetlander king, Rand, nor is the Karakarn. There is respect, though women generally show as little as they can get away with. But anyone can speak to a chief. That had me rolling. And then he's like, some do push the bounds of honor. And then he just stares at Avienda as he says that. And I was like, oh, brother, like, it's over. It's over. Like, she's about to be even more pissed. She's about to be even more pissed now that she's been put in her place. But yeah, Rand basically just does not hesitate to kind of embrace Saidin, and it tells us in such a wild way. It says he reached out for Saidin. The sweet rush of the power flooded him. The rancid taint oozed through him, and fresh sweat burst from every pore. Where's the other thing? Here we go. Oh, and then he says, the effort of staying upright while holding Saidin. Wait, no, that's not it. Where's the part that I'm looking for? Maybe it's not right here. Maybe it's not right here, so I won't talk about it then. Because I thought it was right here, but it's not right here. I think it's later on when it happens. But then we also get introduced to Kadir and Asindra. There's other people here too. Who was the other one? I can't think of the other one. Oh, that's in a different POV, so we'll just stay where we are. And they're immediately sus, obviously. I think we can all agree that they are mad sus as soon as we meet them. It's kind of like, what's going on here? Oh, and they stumble upon the like remains and stuff, and they're like, "Yo, was there a Trolloc attack?" And then this is where we raise the question of whether there are Trollocs in the Waste. And everyone's like, "Nah, bro, that's not possible. This had to be one of the other clans of some kind." And we later find out what actually happened there. But as all of this stuff is going on, if I'm not mistaken, this is where Aviendha kind of pops off on Rand because of Kadir and Asindra. Asindra's right there. And then he's like, she basically goes, "Yo, why are you looking at her? Like, you belong to Elaine." And he's like, "Bro, I belong to no one, bro. What are you talking about?" Aviendha really had me rolling in this section because she was standing on business. She was wrong about a lot of the things that she was saying as well, but she was standing on business regardless. And I love those types of characters. Another character that's like that just pops to my mind is Saw Gerrera in Star Wars, yo. Bro be wrong as hell, but he stand on business, my guy. He stands on business no matter what. Even if he knows he's wrong, he's standing on business. If he knows he's right, he's standing on business. And that's very much Aviendha's vibe. She's like, bruh, regardless of what's happening, you belong to her. You belong to Elaine. Regardless of what's happening, bruh, you know, without all the, but just for real, she just be set tripping, bro. And I love it. I absolutely love how she be set tripping, bro. Like it brings a smile to my face every time she says something. And every time she says something, you know who's there to catch her? Ruark. And then he be having me rolling. Their dynamic is it's just hilarious. It's amazing. I love Ruark so much, bro. He's also my guy. Like, I can't believe how much more we have of all these characters in the books. I shouldn't be surprised because, I mean, obviously the book is going to spend more time with everything and everyone. But, wow. Like, in the book, it's beautiful. I just love it. So, yeah, Ruark stands out. He's, like, in the open, and he's, like, looking around, and all the other Aiel are veiled, and then they realize that, you know, all of the shit was going down with all the people was basically dead. And it was not good. Specifically, it says the place had been ransacked. Bedding, blankets, pots, all of it laid scattered across the stone floor amid slashed cushions and pillows. Some liquid had been splashed over everything. The walls, even the ceiling, and had dried black. When he realized what it was, he jerked back, the power-wrought sword coming into his hands before he even thought. Blood. So much blood. There had been a slaughter done here, as savage as anything he could have imagined. Nothing moved out there except the goats. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's the moment I was talking about. Oh yeah, Avienda again being wrong and loud. Trolleys do not come into the threefold lands, wetlander, no more than a few miles below the blight at least, and then seldom. I have heard they call the threefold land the dying ground. We hunt Trollocs, wetlander. They do not hunt us. They was really like wetlander. Like they was so mad. Like she was not rocking with Rand at all. I wonder if she's always gonna be like this. But then right after that, this is the part that really stood out to me. Rand let the sword go, pushed Saidin away. It was hard. The sweetness of the power was nearly enough to overcome the feel of filth from the taint. The sheer exhilaration almost enough to make him not care. Yo, it is time to be very nervous, okay? It's time to be very nervous, all right? This is prime addict talk. I have met a couple of addicts in my life. I have known of addicts. And yeah, bruh, the sweetness of the power was nearly enough to overcome the filth from the taint. Yeah, buddy, that's called addiction. Holy, like this book really set the bar with letting it be known that the taint is tainted. Okay? Rand is in fact being tainted. I feel like this book is really ramping it up. It's really starting to like get a hold on Rand, and like the claws are starting to kind of go into Rand as well. And that shit is wild. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Okay, and then we have the moment where Kadir pulls up. Sorry, I was a little everywhere at the beginning of this. I don't know what was going on. Kadir now, this is where Kadir pulls up, talking about Ascendra and all the stuff that she's be going on. Cause she pulled up and she was like, she was trying to lead her away. And then he was like, hey, yeah, so you're the Aiel, you're the one that the Aiel talk of, he who comes with the dawn. And she was like, I thought you'd be more handsome. I was like, damn. She cooked Rand and walked away. And literally turned around and walked away. I was just not ready for that. And then I think Kadir also talks about Kalendor and a whole other, like the Heart of the Stone, all of that. So Rand quickly deduces, like, okay, if he knows that, then he knows I'm the Dragon Reborn, obviously. He knows all of this. And I was like, yeah, that's all crazy. And then this is where Rand, I loved this moment. So Rand is like, okay, maybe Avienda will stop following me if I start, sparring with Lan. So he goes and spars with Lan. They do their thing. Next thing we know, all the Aiel are staring at Rand. Of course. And then after that, what happens? Ruark pulls up. He's like, come on, let's spar. All of them are pulling up, watching him. I'm like, hell Yeah, I love that the Aiel watched angrily though, because he's using like a sword, and he shouldn't be using a sword, even if it was just wooden. But and they still were not happy about that. But then Ruark once wanted to teach Rand the spear, so we have that popping off then next. I just love that. I love that. I love it. Oh, and then this is where Rand now finds out that about Avienda, right? Because Ruark, he says allowances are always made when someone suffers a disappointment, Avienda, but there is a limit to sulking. You gave up the spear for your obligation to the people. One day, no doubt, you will be making a clan chief do what you want instead of what he wants. But if instead you are a wise one to the smallest hold of the sept of the Tardad, the obligation remains, and it cannot be met by tantrums. I was like, okay, Ruark went a little Snape here, and I was not ready. I was like, oh shit. I loved it though. I just love when Ruark has put everyone in their place. Ruark put Fail in her place. He put Barrelane in her place. He's put Avienda in her place. Just because all of them be tripping. Not even just them. Everybody be tripping. Everyone has had to get put in their place because all of them are just young, hot-headed kids, honestly. Even though I'm not that much older than any of them, but, it'd be like that in your early 20s, right? Like, you're hot-headed, you think you're right about fucking everything, and you might be right about some of it, maybe 25%, 35 if you're a genius, but, you know, it's like, damn, yo, and he's always like, yo, don't forget, you, like, bro, like, Ruark is just, exactly. Ruark definitely has his shit figured out, and winning life. Like, he just has his shit together. I love Ruark. He's awesome. Let's see what happens next here. Oh, so when Rand finds this out, it said he's like he finds himself wondering if she could channel, which we know she probably can, right? And then he says something so curious to me. It's these little offhanded comments that really make you think, and it really makes the mind wonder and makes the brain twirl. And he says it seemed Min had been the only woman in his life since that winter night who could not channel. And it just makes you wonder, Like, why is that? Like, what does that really mean? Like, and it's like, okay, she can't channel, but what is it that she can do? What does her ability do, and where does it spawn from? We really haven't had any world building around that. So I'm hoping that we probably will be getting some answers about that the next time we do see Min. Is about her not channeling, but her seeing, her viewing, her premonition power, whatever the hell they call it. Ooh, okay, and then we also get a lot of I think we actually get this is where we get our POV switch. Yep, it is. Okay, so this is where we switch POVs to Matt. And in Matt's POV, we get a ton of stuff basically put out here. And I really enjoyed this section with Matt. I love how he's watching Rand and thinking that he's just absolutely crazy. That had me dying, yo. And in a over dramatic fashion, he's dying of heat, and he's just watching the Aiel and kind of taking it all in and trying to get a better understanding of them and what they're doing, and not just what they're doing, but why exactly it is that they're doing it. And he doesn't know. But I loved how he was paying so much attention to what they were buying and what they weren't buying and what they were trading for. All of that was super dope. I really appreciated every ounce of that. and it's like, yo, they picked out gold and this and that, and then he's like, oh, and then this woman pulled out a bracelet to pair to give the dude the pair or something, but he didn't take it, and then he was like, okay, so Brett doesn't really know what he's doing. I'm like, okay, Matt, like you're really locked in though here, bro. Like Matt is really locked in, and I just love him. He's my guy.
But still rubies. Of course, a good Two Rivers longbow could shoot 6 arrows while a crossbowman was still cranking back the bowstring for his second shot. A longer range for a crossbow that size, though, by 100 paces. With 2 men doing nothing but keeping a crossbow with bolt in place in the hands of each crossbowman, and stout pikemen to hold the cavalry off. Wincing, Matt let his head fall back against the spokes. It had happened again. He had to get out of the waste, away from Moraine, away from any Aes Sedai. Maybe back home for a while. Maybe he could get there in time to help with this white cloak trouble. Small chance of that, unless I used a bloody ways or another bloody portal stone. That would not solve his problems anyway. For one thing, there were no answers in Emond's Field to what those snaky folk had meant about marrying the daughter of the 9 moons, or dying and living again, or Ruidian. Through his coat he rubbed the silver foxhead medallion hung around his neck again. The pupil of the fox's eye was a tiny circle split by a sinuous line, one side polished bright, the other shaded in some way. The ancient symbol of Aes Sedai before the breaking. The black-hafted spear, sword blade point marked with 2 ravens, he took from where it was leaning beside him and laid it across his knees. More Aes Sedai work. Ruidian had provided no answers, only more questions, and... Before Ruidian, his memory had been full of holes. Casting back in his mind then, he would be able to remember walking up to a door in the morning and leaving in the evening, but nothing between. Now, there was something in between, filling all those holes. Waking dreams, or something very like. It was as if he could remember dances and battles and streets and cities, none of which he had ever really seen, none of which he was sure had ever existed, like 100 pieces of memory from 100 different men. Better to think of them as dreams, maybe. A little better. Yet he was as sure in them as in any of his own remembrances. Battles numbered the most, and sometimes they crept up on him in a way as with the crossbow. He would find himself looking at a piece of ground and planning how to set an ambush there, or defend against one, or how to set an army for battle. It was madness. Without looking, he traced the flowing script carved into the black spear shaft. He could read it as easily as any book now, though it had taken him the whole trip back to Chayandaya to realize it. Rand had not said anything, but he suspected he had given himself away, there in Ruidian. He knew the old tongue now.
Wait. This is such a good point, Elvia. This is such a good point. Rand's just muttering to himself, occasionally yelling things and laughing at nothing. He's probably fine. You know, in hindsight, that's such a good point. I guess bro definitely is like in his head and then I guess that's not the no. It's interesting because when we're in his POV, he's just thinking. And then he thinks about something and he's like, man, I'm tripping. And then people are looking at him like, but is that weird? Like, is it weird to be in your head and then to say something out loud, or to think about something and then to laugh about the thing that you thought about? But I mean, out of context, it definitely looks like he's going crazy. Especially the screaming parts. Yelling at, yeah, that's crazy. That's a good point, man. I never really thought about it that way.
Sifted whole out of those dreams. Light, what did they do to me? Sasovraya niende misenye, he said aloud. I am lost in my own mind. A scholar for this day and age. Matt looked up to find the gleeman looking at him with dark, deep-set eyes. The fellow was taller than most, somewhere in his middle years, and likely attractive to women, but with an oddly apprehensive way of holding his head cocked.
That's such a good point, bro.
Just something I heard once,
such a good point.
Matt said. He had to be more careful. If Moraine decided to pack him off to the White Tower for study, they would never let him out of there again. You hear scraps of things and remember them, I know a few phrases. That should cover any slips he was stupid enough to make. I am Jason Natael, a gleeman.
So as we are introduced to Jason Natale, this gleeman, being so different from Tom Maryland, our gleeman, but also kind of the same as Tom Maryland, our gleeman, in the way that he asks questions and is trying to find all of the things that are going on and figure out the right things. And of course, he's of course, he's also a little sus. This got me thinking. Okay. It did. Also, crazy that Matt is just speaking old tongue. And he understands it fully now. He's literally leveling up, but he also realizes that he's leveling up, and he's a little scared about it. But he knows that Rand knows that he's leveling up too, and he's a little bit scared about that too, which is valid, right? Like that, those are valid takes right there, yo. Like that, those are valid questions. Those are valid takes right there. Like those are valid takes for sure. So then we meet this random gleeman, Jason Natale. He's a little questionable, honestly. Don't know what's going on with him. But then it got me to thinking, are gleemen like some type of secret society of assassins? Or am I just like making up, or do I just like see connections where there aren't any? Because it feels like, are all the gleemen always like like masters of secrets and whispers and shit and flailing their capes around like, but then secretly they're also doing all this other shit? Or are people just happening to pick gleemen as a cover because of all the other stuff? You know what I mean? Because I don't know. That entire band of people, the Travelers Guild, the Peddlers Guild, or whatever the hell they are very sus. From the females to the dudes, like everybody is very, very interesting. Kadir, Natale, Isandra, whatever her name is, and then the other girl too. Like all of them, everybody is just so sus. Like, what the hell are y'all doing in the IEL waste? Why are y'all rocking with us now? Now you asking questions about the Dragon Reborn and shit that you know about because you out here talking to the IEL. Like, bro, what's really going on here? Who are you guys? I need so many questions. Like, Gleeman just seem, I don't know, though. I just have so many questions about the Gleeman. And if I'm making up that Gleeman's Guild thing, awesome. I'll put it in the book because I already got a Gleeman thing going on and I didn't expect it to go that direction, but I'll take it that direction. Kaylee. That's her name. Kaylee? I can't remember what her name is, damn it. Oh, so Jason then starts like asking bro questions, right? He's like, yo, like, what's going on here? Like, you're traveling with the Dragon Reborn, the him who comes with the Dawn. There's an Aes Sedai here. Like, you aren't just a regular dude. And this is where I think we get another kind of, I like to call them wake-up calls. That's what they are for me, at least. Like, we get these wake-up calls in these stories that, oh yeah, these characters are main characters. They are doing things that have never ever happened before. No one ever in the history of ever has done the things that these people that are doing. Like, these things that they are doing are like only like unique to them and them alone. Like, this is not just, oh, you know, Hishkin Darvin, like, hey, listen a little, hey, everybody's all happy. Like, no, bro. Like, everybody, bro. So I'm like, why is he asking all these questions and why are you answering them? He's digging, asking. I'd also like to know which. I'm not going to lie. When I first saw him, I did not immediately put him on the mustache scale only because I was very curious about the Gleeman. I was like, the fact that he's a Gleeman, and we know a Gleeman that is very gleemanly, like this Gleeman is gleemanly, it made me start questioning things, right? And I was like, oh, okay, what's going on here? And then Matt says something that we're about to get into as well that did make me look at him a little bit more questionable. But I will say that he, on the mustache scale, I would say that he's in Peach Fuzz range. Like, he maybe even less than Peach Fuzz. Like, I'm more suspicious about the people he's with than him. You know what I'm saying? But I am still suspicious about him. I think I'm more suspicious about Kadir than I am of the Gleeman, but that may be because he sung that beautiful song and I was taken aback by it. But that might just be part of the sneaky Gleeman ways, because if there is a Gleeman society of secretness, I could see that, being able to make people laugh or make people want to hear songs and stuff like that, or being enthralled by stories, that is a power. That is a power. Your friendly neighborhood Gleeman, if you will. I guess I'm a Gleeman of sorts. So that's interesting. Maybe not a good one, but I'm something like one. I am Gleeman Matron. I am a Gleeman Matron. That had me rolling, bro. Like, he was just very funny. He was also funny, had me rolling, but then he just had so many questions. And the fact that he just did not care about the Tree of Life, but he asked everything about everything else again and again. I mean, it's kind of good that he didn't ask too much more about the Tree of Life, And it's good that he didn't tell them about any of the Terangrial, like... all of that is good. Peach Fuzz seems accurate. That's funny. But for real, that's kind of the vibe that I have. Who's got more mustache, Jason, Natel, or Fail? Like, in this point in the story, I would say Fail has a bigger mustache. I would say Fail's a little bit more, like, she's a little bit more past the mustache phase. The peach fuzz. Like, it's coming in a little bit fuller. It's not predominant on the face, you know what I mean? It's not all the way there, but it's like you definitely kind of see some strands, Like, just a little couple strands. If I'm not mistaken, you remember, like, Pedro in Napoleon Dynamite and how he had a mustache, but it wasn't like a very dark mustache. You know what I mean? It was just like a kind of a light mustache that was like kind of right there, like kind of something like that. That's kind of like what she has. And it's like kind of pencil thin as well. She has like a pencil thin, light mustache. And then be like, who the hell are you? Like, you know what I mean? That's how I feel about Fail. So it's a little interesting. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on there. But he still gave details and all that, and then Kylie pulled up and was like, "Hey, bro, we are not here for Ruidian." And I was like, what the hell y'all here for? If you ain't here for Ruidian, what you here for? I mean, they obviously aren't here for Ruidian because they turned away from it, but still, like, it just made me question their actual purpose. Yet again, another just offhanded statement from a character that I'm like, well, what does that mean? Like, that's really that's how it makes me feel. It just makes me want to question stuff. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by this?
And nor Kadir seemed to notice. The peddler hardly took his eyes off Rand. Avienda noticed and glared at Rand. At least the fire gave off some warmth. When the roast goat was finished, and some sort of flecked yellow mush that was spicier than it looked, Ruark and Hen filled short-stemmed pipes, and the clan chief asked Natail for a song. The gleeman blinked. Why, of course, of course. Let me bring a harp. His cloak billowed on the dry, cold breeze as he vanished toward Kayla's wagon. The fellow certainly was different from Tom Merrilin. Tom hardly got out of bed without flute or harp or both. Matt thumbed his silver-worked pipe full of tobacco and was puffing contentedly by the time Natail returned and struck a pose suitable for a king. That was like Tom. With a strummed chord, the gleeman began. Soft the winds like springtime's fingers, soft the rains like heaven's tears, soft the years roll by in gladness, never hinting storms to come, never hinting whirlwinds ravage, rain of steel and battle thunder, water tear the heart asunder. It was Midian's Ford, an old song, of Manethrin, oddly enough, and war before the Trolloc Wars. Natail did a fair job of it, nothing like Tom's sonorous recitals, of course, but the rolling words drew a crowd of Aiel thick around the edge of the fire's light. Villainous Aedemon led the Safari down on unsuspecting Manethrin, pillaging and burning, driving all before them until King Buirin gathered Manethrin's strength and the men of Manethrin met the Safari at Midian's Ford, holding, though heavily outnumbered, through 3 days of unrelenting battle while the river ran red and vultures blacked the sky. On the 3rd day, numbers dwindling, hope fading, Buirin and his men fought their way across the ford in a desperate sortie, driving deep into Aedemon's horde, seeking to turn the enemy back by killing Aedemon himself.
God. Oh,
But forces too great to overpower swept in around them, trapping them, driving them ever in on themselves. Surrounding their king and the red eagle banner, they fought on, refusing surrender even when their doom became clear. Natail sang how their courage touched even Aedemon's heart, and how at last he allowed the remnant to go free, turning his army back to Safair in honor of them. Back across the blood-red water, marching back with heads held high, no surrender, arm or sword, no surrender, heart or soul, honor be theirs ever after, honor all the age shall know.
God, she does an amazing job, chat. She does an amazing job. Like, oh my goodness, just fills you with just this whimsical wonder.
He plucked the final chord, and the Aiel whistled their approval, drumming spears on their hide bucklers, some raising ululating cries. It had not been that way, of course. Matt could remember.
So
Right,
badass.
I don't want to. But it came anyway. He remembered counselling Buirin not to accept the offer, being told in return that the smallest chance was better than none. Aedemon, glossy black beard hanging below the steel mesh that veiled his face, threw his spearmen back, waited until they were strung out and nearly to the ford before the hidden archers rose and the cavalry charged in. As for turning back to Safair, Matt did not think so. His last memory at the ford was trying to keep his feet waist deep in the river with 3 arrows in him. But there was something later. A fragment. Seeing Aedemon, grey-bearded now, go down in a sharp fight in a forest, toppling from his rearing horse, the spear in his back put there by an unarmoured, beardless boy. This was worse than the holes had been. "You did not like the song?" Natail said. It took Matt a moment to realise the man was speaking to Rand, not him. Rand rubbed his hands together, peering into the small fire before answering, "I'm not certain how wise it is, depending on an enemy's generosity. What do you think, Kadir?" The peddler hesitated, glancing at the woman clinging to his arm. "I do not think of such things," he said at last. "I think of profits, not battles." Kayla laughed coarsely. At least until she saw Isendra's smile, condescending to a woman who could make 3 of her. Then her dark eyes glittered dangerously behind those rolls of fat. Suddenly, warning cries rose in the dark beyond the tents. Aiel snatched veils across their faces, and a moment later, Trollocs poured in out of the night, snouted faces and horned heads towering over the humans, howling and swinging scythe-curved swords, stabbing with hooked spears and barbed tridents, hacking with spiked axes. Murdral flowed with them like deadly eyeless snakes. A heartbeat it took, but the Aiel fought as if they had had an hour's warning, meeting the charge with their own flickering spears. Matt was vaguely aware of Rand with that fiery sword suddenly in hand, but then he was sucked into the maelstrom himself, wielding his spear as spear and quarterstaff both, slash and thrust, half whirling. For once he was glad of those dream memories. The way of this weapon seemed familiar, and he needed every scrap of skill he could find. It was all chaotic madness. Trollocs rose up in front of him and went down to his spear, or an Aiel spear, or spun away into the confusion of shouts and howls and clanging steel. Murdral faced him, black blades meeting his raven-marked steel with flashes of blue light like sheet lightning, faced him and were gone in the tumult. Twice, a short spear streaking by his head took Trollocs about to run him through the back. He thrust the short sword blade into a Murdral's chest, and knew he was going to die when it did not fall, but grinned with those bloodless lips, eyeless stare shivering fear into his bones, and drew back its black sword. An instant later, the half-man jerked as Aiel arrows pin-cushioned it. Jerked for the moment Matt needed to leap back from the thing as it fell, still trying to stab at him, stab at anything. A dozen times the spear's iron-hard black haft barely deflected a Trolloc thrust. It was Aes Sedai work, and he was glad of it. The silver fox head on his chest seemed to pulse with cold, as if to remind him that it, too, bore the mark of Aes Sedai. Right then he did not care. If it took Aes Sedai work to keep him alive, he was ready to follow Moraine like a puppy. He could not have said if it went on for minutes or hours. But suddenly there was not a Murdral or Trolloc still standing in sight, though cries and howls from the darkness spoke of pursuit. Dead and dying littered the ground, Aiel and Shadowspawn, the half-men still thrashing. Groans filled the air with pain. Suddenly, he realized his muscles felt like water, and his lungs were afire. Panting, he slid down to his knees, leaning on his spear. Flames made bonfires of 3 of the peddlers' canvas-topped wagons, one with a driver pinned to the side by a Trolloc spear, and some of the tents were burning. Shouts from the direction of the Shido camp, and glows too large for campfires, said they had been attacked too. Fiery sword still in hand, Rand came to where Matt knelt. "Are you all right?" Avienda shadowed him. Somewhere she had found a spear and buckler, had tucked up a corner of her shawl to veil her face. Even in skirts she looked deadly. "Oh, I'm fine," Matt muttered, struggling to his feet. "Nothing like a little dance with Trollocs to ready you for sleep. Right, Avienda?" Uncovering her face, she gave him a tight smile. The woman had probably enjoyed it. He was sweat all over. He thought it might freeze on him. Moraine and Egwene had appeared with 2 of the Wise Ones, Amis and Bear, circulating among the wounded. The convulsion of healing followed the Aes Sedai, though sometimes she merely shook her head and moved on. Ruark strode up with a grim face. "Bad news?" Rand said quietly. The clan chief grunted. "Aside from Trollocs, here where they should not be, not by 200 leagues or more. Perhaps some 50 Trollocs attacked the Wise Ones' camp, enough to overwhelm it had it not been for Moraine Sedai and Locke. However, it seems the Shido were hit by fewer than struck us, though since they are the larger camp, the reverse should have been true. I might almost think they were attacked only to keep them from coming to our aid. Not that that would be certain with Shido, but Trollocs and Night Runners might not know that." "And if they knew an Aes Sedai was with the Wise Ones," Rand said, "that attack could have been meant to keep her away too. I bring enemies with me, Ruark. Remember that. Wherever I am, my enemies are never far."
Son of a bitch! Let's go, bro. That's all I can say is L effing G, okay? L effing G, because this shit is fire. That's all I can say is, wow. Like, what? You know what I'm saying, bro? What is even happening here? This shit was crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe it was like basically a fat joke, and then immediately after that, action. I was like, what the I just heard fat rolls. suddenly there was Trollocs about killing everyone and trying to fight. And I was like, oh my God. And then it was just turned, bro. It just immediately was turned up. Exactly. And then Matt is just being a badass. And then he's like, the Aiel are like, whoa, he stabbed a Night Runner. Okay, he deserves backup. Exactly. Because he is just going crazy. Like, he's like, like, again, I just can't. Just give me this in anime, please. I want, like, all of these scenes from here on, I want in a book, bro. Like, I just need it in a book. What the fuck am I talking about? I want in the anime, bro. Like, I need it. I can only imagine how these graphic novels are. Like, how many are there? Are they worth? Like, do I need to check them out? Because holy, this story is insane. Where were we? And then around here I was also like, if all of the peddlers survived, they are sus. So I think they all survived. Well, no. I think it said like a couple of their drivers were dead. So, hey, not all of them survived. But hey. Um Oh, and then we found out that Rand almost couldn't call the sword. Period. No idea what that was about, but yeah, he almost couldn't wield the sword for whatever reason, and we didn't really get too much of an answer as to why. He was like, now of all times, it had to be the tiredness. That's the only thing I could think of. That's what he says. But we don't know if that's necessarily why. But we just know that's what he's saying is the reason. But that is chapter 37, yo. I love how Rosamund Pike was just absolutely blowing here too. So interesting that Matt has a raven marked blade and Rand has a heron marked blade. Don't know what's up with that. Definitely want some more answers there though. Oh, that's what's happening here. Okay. I was like, what? It didn't transfer over my chapter titles. There we go. I get all these chapters correct here. Because within my notes, yeah, just when I put my notes on docs from my iPhone notes, it didn't put over like my bolding and my, like all that type of stuff. It didn't transfer over any of the fancy stuff. So I'm forced to look at just a regular document. Let's see. Okay. Ravenclaw or Heron Puff? Yo, if you let me know what house you guys are. What house are you? I am Gryffindor. This is only if you have done like the website stuff. Because if you, I can't remember what the website is called right now. But if you take like the test, it sorts you into your house. Let me know what house you are. It's criminal time. For the graphic novels, oh, it's only Eye of the World and Some of the Great Hunt, and also also the prequel for the graphic novels. Um, but they're maybe going to make more one day. That would be cool. You don't get seen like that in the Kramer reading version, but I love both versions equally for different reasons. Okay, okay, I feel you. I feel you. Do they still like try to sing, or is there just no singing at all? Because I feel like Rosamund sings anytime a Gleeman is singing. Rosamund is singing. Are they singing at all, or like, are they reading? Are they just reading the things? If I had to put you in a category, Gleeman would be one of my top choices. I I appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, RJ fight scenes are insane. It's just action, bro. Action, yo. Just I am looking forward to seeing I'm really looking forward to seeing Brandon Sanderson's take on this story because this story is so good and I love everything that Robert Jordan has done so far and I can only imagine that the story is going to get better. So, you know, like I'm really interested in knowing what his take on it was and how he writes these same characters. Like that shit has me excited to get to the end. Like, cause that's just so to me that's unheard of, something like that, you know? I had never heard of someone else finishing someone else's like story in that manner before. So that seems freaking so cool. And then it also be beloved. I think that's the real thing, you know. Who would have a Gryffindor marked sword? That just feels like something that uh um Dumbledore would have, you know? Like imagine Dumbledore. You know how Gandalf be rocking the the staff and the sword, like on some on something like that. But it's Dumbledore, and he has the Gryffindor Heron. He has the Gryffindor marked sword, uh, and he has the his staff as well. You know what I mean? That feels like that's what would be going on there. Bruh, had no idea my guy Gandalf was with the shit like that, yo. I could not believe how bro was wielding a blade and absolutely murdering people. I was like, yo, I had no idea. Like, I thought bro was casting fireball the whole time, but like, nah, he's not even like that, bruh. Like, bro ain't a wizard, bro. He is a fistikizzard. You know what I mean? Like, bro answers shit with hands. I was rolling when him and Saruman was catching the fade, but with their staffs, like basically just throwing each other around and hitting each other with shit. Like, bro, that I couldn't believe it. I was like, yo, this is insanity. Like, let's freaking go. Like, wow. The change is noticeable if you know Sanderson. Oh. Okay, but it's not noticeable if you had known the author changed. Okay, okay. If you didn't know, you wouldn't know because bro kept it very. He kept it authentic to the core. That's good. That's awesome to hear as well. I love that. I love that. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. moving on to
Chapter 38. Hidden Faces. The Garden of Silver Breezes was not a garden at all, but a huge wine shop, much too large to be called a shop, really. Atop a hill centred on the Calpena, the westernmost of Tanchico's 3 peninsulas below the Great Circle. A part of the name, at least, came from the breezes that wafted in where polished green streaked marble columns and balustrades replaced one wall, except on the topmost floor. Golden oiled silk curtains could be lowered in case of rain. The hill fell away sharply on that side, and the tables along the balustrades gave a clear view across white domes and spires of the great harbour, crowded with more ships than ever. Tanchico needed everything desperately, and there was gold to be made, until the gold and time ran out. With its gilded lamps and ceilings inlaid with brass fretwork polished to a golden gleam, its serving women and men chosen for grace and beauty and discretion, the Garden of the Silver Breezes had been the most expensive wine shop in the city even before the Troubles. Now it was outrageous. But those who dealt in huge sums still came, those who dealt in power and influence, or thought they did. In some ways there was less to deal in than before, in others more.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we're in Tanchico, and it is a great intro to Tanchico. It immediately feels different. It immediately is setting the tone as well of just everything. And I love how we are kind of teased into trying to figure out what's going on, but the tone of what's going on is so different that it doesn't feel like we would really be with any of our titular characters in the same way. Almost like it feels familiar in that way of like, hey, what the, you know, we're from someone, we're obviously, whoa, holy shit, I almost fainted. It's like we obviously are from some characters POV that we know, but it's like, no, actually we're not at all. And I absolutely love that. I think that was great. And this is where we get introduced to a lot of other people. This is where we get introduced to a lot of other people, and a lot of stuff starts happening here as well. And this is where it started getting a tad bit overwhelming. For this chapter is when I was like, okay, this shit is a little overwhelming here. What are we doing, bro? Like, that's low-key how I felt, just because I felt like we were just very much thrown into this shit. And then I was not ready, especially after coming off of all of the shit that just happened before. I was like, okay, bro, we just finished fighting. We just finished catching the full-blown fade, you know, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? Like, what are we doing here, essentially? And we are full steam ahead in this section. I mean, it was just nonstop. I feel like it was just like, oh, whoa. You know, like, damn, my niggas. It was just crazy, bro. I could not believe it. I couldn't believe it. It was every time we turned around, it was something different going on. You know what I mean? And I was not ready for that, bro. I was not ready. I legit was just not ready. It was so crazy. I mean, off of the names alone in this chapter, I don't think we had heard these names in at least 10 chapters. I don't think there's any names in this chapter that we have heard within the last 10. And that shit was wild. You know what I mean? That was wild. It was just like such a whiplash in that aspect, to be like going from what we were going to before to being here. And I was just like, whoa, brother. Whoa. It was like Cylindrin, Iganin, Gelb, Bale, Jaichim, Lady Amathara. I was like, oh my goodness, too many names. This is too fast. What's happening? I was like, so many new people, new names, new stuff. I definitely was not ready for this. This chapter was just a little overwhelming. But it was also, like I said, it was like, yo, it was a great intro because it immediately feels different and we get a full-blown understanding, because the chapter was overwhelming, but it was very intentional with this fact, right? It was very intentional with doing this. because it was like, hey, here's Carradine, here's what's going on in this world, here's all of this, here's all the politics and the lore of things. Here's Carradine, he's a high officer. Here is Aganin, who's watching the stuff that's going on, and we have no idea who she is, and then there's these people, like there's these masks, and it's just going left and right, and then it's like, oh, there's collars, and all of this shit is happening. And then you're like, goodness. I'm like, like, goodness, what? Every time I blink, something different was going on, right? And then we also see, yes, exactly, Occam. Some of these names we haven't even seen since book 2. And that is something that was crazy to me. I'm like, yo, wait, is that, and that's how I just kept feeling, like, I was like, whoa, what is going on? And I think I said that in my overall chapter by chapter review. I was like, this book is literally wrapping back around to everything. It's wrapping back around into book 1, book 2, book 3, things that are happening early on in this book. I mean, it was just full blown deep dive into this shit, and I was down for it. Honestly, I really was. And it was amazing. It was amazing. I really did love it. I did. And then I was trying to figure out, because obviously I didn't know whose POV we were in at first. And then I was like, okay, this is I think we were in wait, were we in Aegon's POV? Yeah, because she was talking to Gelb. These damn names, by the way. Okay, so for there was so much going on. So for the names, I have Cylindrin, the proprietress, Aganin, mistress, she was also called Mistress Alidar, whatever that means. Gelb is the certified snitch. Then we had Bel Doman, who at first I didn't realize was the Bel Doman that we knew, and that threw me off. We also had Jai Chim, the high officer of the White Cloaks, and I was mad. I was just mad confused at this point. I have no reason to lie. I was confused. I was like, okay, who the... Like, I felt like Patrick walking up to the Rock. You know what I mean? Who are you people? Because what is going on, bro? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Who the hell is Florin Gelb? You know what I mean? Like, that's just... I didn't know what was going on. You know what I mean? I felt like I almost felt like I was stumbling upon Glup Shittos, but then I realized quickly, like, oh no, we are just really getting this other world established here. And the other, I think, not even the other world, but you know what I mean? This other side of the world that we really have not been to. So essentially it is another world. But we quickly find out that Gelb has brought Aegonin a silvery metal Adam, a collar and bracelet connected by a leash, cunningly worked and joined. She closed the bag and set it on the floor. This had made 3 that Gelb had recovered, more than anyone else. And I'm like, damn, son, Gelb is doing the damn thing, brother. Like, Gelb is really that guy. He's a master of finding stuff. But we don't really get an answer to who Aegonin is exactly. But Gelb is like, yo, do you want to know about the girls that came through? All of this stuff, just talking, and then just talking and yapping. And then she said, and then this part really stood out. Again, it didn't want to kill the woman yet. Even in Tanchico, someone might have listened to her story. You know what I mean? And then it was like, but she had no choice. So she had to slit her throat. I was like, oh no. Oh no. What? I was like, oh no. Who's Again? I don't remember who she is Not even slightly. She was last seen in book 2 having Mai Tais on a boat with Bail Doman. Oh! Oh, 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 oh. Okay. I kind of remember that. To my best ability. Goodness gracious. I might need to stand up here for a second because your boy. Yeah, I might have to stand up. Wait, let me see. Can we just... Uh-oh, maybe we can't just... What's going on? Yeah. Just let me... Okay, that didn't work. What is happening here? Oh, shit. Oh, this is stuck. Okay. There we go. Boom. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. All right. There we go. Oh shit. I forgot this is up. There we go. That's better. Let's bring this up. Woo! Yo. There we go. Maybe I should have ran an ad and did that. It's okay. It's too late. We're here now. Yo. That was intense. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if I was like falling asleep a little bit or something, but your boy just needed to stand up. Let me know if everything sounds good. Oh, my face is cut off a little bit. There we go. Maybe I can take a little step back. Yeah, that's better. All right, that's better. Woo! Man, needed that. Okay, chat. Where was I? My bad. I had to get that little brief intermission. Look at that. And my watch just told me to stand up too. That's what it was. I was on a timer. Yo, speaking of timer, what's going on? My timer is tripping, dog. Crazy. Okay. So, this is where things get crazy, if I'm not mistaken. I really don't. One of these days, I'm gonna pop into the stream and crash it. For real though. Near a dozen women who came. Let's see again. She says that, by the way, as she stands right here. Like, no joke. She's literally standing right there. Let's see. Where was I? Where was I? No mistakes. All of this from a fellow who served Lord Briss about the assembly and choosing the new panarch. I think maybe it's true. The man was drunk when he realized what he had said. He nearly fouled himself. Even if it isn't true, it would still rip Tanchico wide open. So again, we are getting straight, we're getting straight, not plot development. I mean, yes, we are getting plot development, but we're really finding out a lot about what's going on here in Tanchico. Like, she like it's crazy. It's crazy how we're getting all of this understanding of Tanchico when we haven't been here at all. We literally have not been to Tanchico yet, but in this one chapter, we essentially understand about the entire political climate of this place before even stepping foot on it with any of our quote unquote titular characters. I appreciate that. I think it's a really nice way to give us an understanding of even what's happening, like we were just saying, like what's even happening within this political climate. We don't know, right? We don't know what's going on. So to give us all of these high-ranking officials, not all, because there's every one of them aren't high-ranking officials, but it does feel, I mean, essentially they are kind of all high-ranking officials of one thing or another. And just getting that alone felt crazy, starting with, I really don't remember again in like that. But I kind of remember the thing about her sipping Mai Tais, on a boat. I remember that slightly. So that's why I'm like, I'm not sure who this lady is all the way, but I would like to know who she is for sure. I would like to know who she is. I want to know more about her, and we do end up finding more about her later on. But we also hear about the Dragon Sworn. I feel like we hadn't heard anything about this terminology until this chapter either. The Dragon Sworn. I really like that. Those who have sworn themselves to the Dragon Reborn without even knowing who the Dragon Reborn is. I believe it's something like that that's said. And that is powerful. That's awesome. It really lets you know the state of this world that we're living in, because people they need something to believe in. They need somebody to believe in. And that person has become Rand. And it has to be wild for all of these characters adjacent to Rand to even find that out, to know these things, to even be like, oh my goodness, like everyone is looking to Rand. It's something that's kind of mirrored when we're with Perrin later on, is Perrin kind of gets a taste of that same medicine of Rand. Just a little foreshadowing there, but I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. And then this is also where we start seeing Bail Doman. She says his round face. Now, at this point in the instant reaction in this chapter, I had not realized that Bail Doman was our boy Bail Doman. You know what I mean? I hadn't realized that Bail Doman was Bail Doman, who was with like Nynaeve and them. I actually didn't realize it until they saw him and pointed him out, or until he saw them. That was when I was like, oh, snap. Bail. Like, yo, Bail. So I really hadn't realized that, connected any dots when we were going through all these other things and talking about them. Obviously, we see Jai Chim and Inquisitor of the Hand of Light and a high officer. Obviously, we already know all this stuff. We kind of talked about it a little bit. We get a little more. There's a lot of talking right here. I didn't understand too much of what they were talking about at this moment, because I was just like, whoa, we really just got thrown into all of this stuff immediately. No warning, after we just finished a freaking battle of the century type shit. Um, so they're using the money. Yeah, we already know all that. We know that. Okay. Okay, yeah, and then this is where we start finding out about Jai Chim and how all of his or Caridian, what I think his name is Caridian, Caridin, Caridin. There we go, Caridin. Caridin is kind of going through it, bro. Like the Caridin family, House Caridin, for the last 2 months have basically been going through it, getting whoop bopped and boom bozzled, and they just I felt bad, bro. Like what was it? His niece or his sister that got carried away from her, like her not her bridal shower, but from her like wedding ceremony or something. Like that was crazy. Just a whole bunch of people have been getting hurt by Madrals, by Trollocs surrounding him. And he's like just trying to kind of lock in about it and trying to send the right people there. And I think they're also doing this in Cylindrin's Inn, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, this is all this conversation is happening there. And then Carradine just is like talking about so much, and then it ends up and then we end up finding out that Carradine actually even knows about Randall Thor. Like he knows his name, he knows he's the dragon, he knows like all that type of stuff. And it's like, what? How do you know all of these things? Right? And then we have this drop here. Carradine says, "When they are in my hand, I will secure the Ponarch's palace, and the children will suppress any divisive elements who attempt to interfere with the investiture, Lord, with the investiture. Under the light, I swear it." Tension drained out of the Terraboners visibly. They upended their goblets as if they were trying to replace it with wine. Even Andric. So far as the people of Terraborn were concerned, the children would have the blame for the inevitable killings, not the king or the army of Terraborn, or Terrabon, excuse me, I threw an R in there. Once Emethera was invested with the crown and the staff of the tree, a few more of the assembly might well join the rebels. But if the rest admitted they had not elected her, the news would set Tanchico afire. As for any tales that came from those who fled, why rebels would spread any sort of treasonous lies, and the king and the panarch of Terabon would both dangle on strings. Carradine could hand to Pedron Niall, Lord, to do with as he pleased, yo. Holy fricolies, brother. It was going down. Like, there's so much stuff happening right now. Like, so much going down. So, essentially, what's happening here is that the high officer of the White Cloaks has made these deals to essentially ensure a uproar of violence happens immediately after voting. They're going to just put someone in, it sounds, if I'm not mistaken, their plan is to just put somebody in office that nobody voted for at all, and then make sure everyone knows that no one voted for this person, and cause a uproar in the society by doing that, and then fracturing all this other stuff. So they're just trying to bring down Tanchico. All the way to the point where he says they could be dealt with easily enough. Afterward began to spread that this one or that was a dark friend, and once he managed, where's my pointing stick, bruv? You know what I'm saying? Um, Yeah, they could be dealt with easily enough. After one began to spread that this one was a dark friend, and once he managed to turn a few of them over to the hand of the light, they would stand up before everyone and confess to worshiping the Dark One, eating children, anything and everything they were told. The rebels could not last long after that. The pretenders still in the field would actually be declared for the Dragon Remid. The Dragon Reborn, excuse me. Like what? Like the Dragon Sworn, the men and women who had declared themselves for the Dragon Reborn would not fall away for being charged as a dark friend. So we just find out that bro is going in here. And then he says, it was the man they had sworn to follow who was the problem. The man whose name they did not even know. Rand al'Thor. Where was he? How do you know his name? How do you know his name? And I think this is where in my notes I was like, how does Carradine know about Rand? Is he a dark friend? Is he also a dark friend? Or is he just a white cloak? Or is he something more evil? And I think the answer is somewhere in between all three of those. And we actually get that answer here pretty quick. Yeah, as he's walking through, just kind of chilling, doing his thing, he finds this woman, a woman in a clinging and pale red gown, stood near the tall, narrow windows overlooking one of the tree-shaded gardens, her honey-colored hair in braids that brushed her shoulders. And then he says, who are you? How did you get in here? Leave at once or I'll have you tossed into the streets. And then she immediately says, threats, boars. Do you mean the man who calls himself Boars? Whoa! 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 We haven't heard from Boars in forever. We haven't heard from Boars in forever. This is crazy. I can't believe that the man who calls himself Boars is the freaking White Cloak High Officer. Excuse me? Excuse me? That is huge. That's huge. He was at the Dark Friends Social. Like, we remember the Dark Friends Social, right? And the man who called himself Boars was there. I have to go back and read that. I gotta go back and read that prologue now that I know that that's him. Like, who else is there that we do not know? You know what I mean? Who else is there that we do not know? I knew we couldn't trust a White Cloak already, but guess what? He's a double White Cloak. Play my music. Bro, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's like he already had a mustache, so we knew we couldn't trust him. But damn, he got a double stash? He got a double stash? Holy. Whoa. Exactly, LBF. You understand. You understand it. What the hell do you mean? You know, I was astonished, man. I'm still a little astonished. And then we find out that he's essentially here, you know, and then we get a whole rundown of that moment. Do you remember, she said, coming closer, a meeting where Baal-Zaman himself spread and showed us the faces of Matrim Kotham and Perrin Abara and Rand al'Thor? She practically spit the names, especially the last. Her eyes could have drilled holes in steel. You see, I know who you are. You pledged your soul to the great Lord of the Dark, Boars. oh shit. I was like, oh shit. And then she proceeded to mommy this little dude and basically had him crawling on her knees and licking the bottom of her high heels stilettos. I couldn't believe it. Literally by the end, he was like, yes, mistress. Like, he was like, yeah, she was like, yeah, that's right. You're a dog. Bark for me, puppy. I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh shit. This is getting crazy. I was not ready. I had no clue that's where we were going. Like, Leandrin was playing no games. Literally, Leandrin was playing no. She was playing no games, yo. She had no games to play with this man. Oops, I dropped her name before. I dropped her name already. Oops. Well, spoiler alert. It's Leandrin. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was Leandrin low-key, but I was like, nah, this ain't Leandrin. And then I was a little confused. I was like, okay, so is this also... Because at first I was thinking, is this the woman that was sitting out on the place? Because I don't think we got a description of a Ganon. You know what I mean? I don't think we got like a description of what she looked like. We just know what she was doing up there. I don't think we got a description of her yet at this point, I should say. So I was like, is this her? But then it was like, nah, this ain't Leandrin. This is a whole nother person. And it was like, because it was just mistress at first. And then boom, Leandrin. And I was like, oh my goodness, bruh. Yeah, the honeycut. Yeah. And then she was in red as well. So I was like, oh shit, this is Leandrin, bro. I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. So she's just, she's playing no games. Had bro stuck in invisible jelly too. I was like, oh, bruh, not the invisible jelly, bruh. And then it was all up in his mouth and he couldn't breathe. I was like, oh gosh. I was like, oh, poor guy. I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no, poor dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, crazy though. Hello. um, Also rosebud lips. Oh yeah, that's right. That too. That too. But yeah, this is where we really find out that basically bro has been tortured. He's been like literally tortured from all this stuff. Like, being a dark friend is not all that it's set out to be, essentially. Like, he is getting his family kidnapped and murdered and all this shit is happening because he has not done what he needs to do. But he thinks it's killed Randolph Thor, but he doesn't. It seems like he doesn't even know what he's supposed to really be doing or why all this stuff is happening. And they don't tell him either. I don't know if it's just like, nah, dog, once you signed the dotted line, you know what that meant. And that was cool. And then we get just a kind of since there was so much that was happening right there, we kind of get this nice TLDR at the end. They will believe Amathera has been chosen by the assembly. It will take 3 or 4 days for that to happen. A little longer delay should cause no harm. All this stuff, and he talks about how stuff is impossible, and like Leandrin wants to hear none of that. Like, we just kind of get a good TLDR of all of that stuff, and then it's like, yeah, I am called Leandrin. It's like, oh shit. And then he's like, okay, and then we're like, all right, yo. She's like, all right, I'm out of here. She's like, all right, boys, I love you, dog. And he's like, I love you too, mistress. And then all of a sudden, she's like, come here, let me give you a kiss. And he lean in, bam, she kill him immediately. I was like, oh, ho, ho. Again, did not expect it, brother. Did not expect it. This shit was so unexpected, man. For her, I mean, it should have been expected for her to kill him, but I mean, she's doing all this stuff, saying all this stuff to him. I'm like, oh yeah, it's cool. He's gonna, just do his thing. And now I'm like, bro, what's going on? We got Leandrin over here with her spies and killing them, and then we got a Guianan over here with her spies and she killing them. I'm like, damn, these is some evil, diabolical women up in here. Doing some evil, diabolical things in Tanchico. Like, bro, what's happening in Tanchico? Like, bro, it was going down. For real. Okay, let me see. Where we at? Okay, boom. Now we switch to a new POV. Who? Leandrin. I was in awe that we were switching. I didn't think we were gonna switch to Leandrin's POV. Like this is so cool. We go from Iganon. Iganon is watching Bors. Then we go to Bors' POV. Bors starts talking to Leandrin. And now we're in Leandrin's POV. Like, bro, that is such a good transition. That's such a good build-up. I don't know. I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for. I think transition will do. It's such a good transition from one character to the next. And then allowing us to really, like get a full understanding of what's happening here. And one of the things that I like the most in this chapter, and one thing that I feel like was stood out the most to me, is how oaths and swearing yourself to someone are very real. And it could not only be a dark thing, it could be a whatever thing, you know what I mean? And I just thought that's very interesting how that works, right? Whether we're talking about the Aes Sedai oaths that they take, or the oaths that Dark Friends take to the Dark One, you know what I mean? Like, all of that is so crazy, bro. It's just so crazy how all of that works. And I hope we get a little bit of a better understanding of how it does in fact work together when we're talking about these oaths that are being taken and how people are swearing themselves and doing all these things, and they're locked by these verbal contracts that they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, all of that is so, it's just so awesome to see it kind of coming to the surface a little bit more with them talking about when I took my oaths and broke my own. I think she says something like that, right? Like when I gave up my old oaths for new ones, or I think that's what she says specifically. And it's like, yo, that is just so badass. So badass, yo. And then we also start getting hint of some of the other Black Aja before they're even introduced, right? She's like, not so much as a spot of blood stained her hand. She wished she had Chesmo's skill at killing with the power, or even Rihanna's lesser talent, Strange, the ability to kill with the one power, to stop a heart or boil blood in the veins, should be so clearly linked to healing. Like, we're getting little bits and pieces of these other Black Aja that are here around, you know what I mean? Like, man, awesome. Uh Yeah. We find out that everyone is dedicated to the Lord of the Dark. That was one of the things that really stood out to me as well, was because they were saying, like, even the servants had took oaths to the Dark One, and that's why they were even able to be in their presence in the first place. I was like, bro, this is insane. Like, what does that mean? And they call people oath breakers if they really break their oaths, and that stuff really has, I mean, where prophecy, it matters a lot. It only makes sense that oaths matter a lot as well. All of that makes sense as to why it's all intertangled together for one reason or another. We also get this crazy mention of they got orders from the tower. That shit blew my mind when they said that. They're like, yo, yeah, we got orders from the tower to do da-da-da-da. And I was like, orders from the tower? Like orders from the White Tower? Because if you're getting orders from the White Tower, that means someone there is EVIL still. And we kind of knew that, but this is all but confirming it, you know? I mean, not even all but, it is confirming it. They're straight up telling us, like, yo, we're still getting orders from the White Tower, the place that we had to flee. So we definitely still have some Black Aja sisters there that are even giving Leandrin, even Leandrin is taking orders from someone, and she doesn't even seem too happy about that. But we also find out here, oh, we also missed the balefire scene. Essentially, like the there was a balefire scene to where they almost they almost sunk their boat. That's hilarious. They almost sunk their boat with balefire just because they really didn't understand it. And that's hilarious. And as they're just candidly talking about, the Dark One, the Great Lord, the King's Palace, all this stuff, Leandrin is like, who the hell are you? And essentially, this is where we find out about Gildan. And Gildan has been in there the whole time, just kind of listening. He's like, yo, you told me to clean. And she's like, get out of here. The hell? And then we also see a little kitty. But we get introduced to Eldrith, Jondar, Marilyn, Gamalfin, Gian, Cade, Asne, Zeramene, and Rihanna Anderman. No, just what? But you know what? We get introduced to all the other Black Aja. And it was just crazy to see them all just kind of sitting around the table, chilling, waiting for her to come back. But it makes sense because everyone around them has already taken the oaths, so they don't really have to be worried about, they don't have to be worried about that, yo. I wish Prophecy Breaker sounded as cool as Oathbreaker does. Like, Oathbreaker just sounds fire. That's just a fire name, bro. Kinslayer, Oathbreaker. I mean, bro. Like, those are such good names. I don't know if I could come up with anything different, honestly, because those are just so heat. And we also find out that they have the Adam and all of this. I don't know if this is where we find this out. I think we may have known this already, but they are trying to leash Rand, yo. They are trying to leash Rand. They want to leash the Dragon Reborn for themselves. Or is it the Sul? No, it's the Adam. They want to leash him for themselves, yo. They want to leash the Dragon Reborn, use his powers, use his abilities, force him into being their person. And that's just crazy, dude. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Um Yep. And then they kind of talk a little shit. They're like, she says, you learned the power 2 days ago. She said, and it must be a Terangrial to control someone who can channel. Oh. Oh, I understand. I messed up. That makes so much sense. I'm an idiot. Okay. Um All right. Let me see. Oh, she's like, yo, tell me something. Oh, yeah. She says, tell me something. And she says, to control someone who can channel, you must require the power. And since it is a specialized use, that means a Tarangrial, we will find it in the exhibition room or perhaps among Ponarch's collection. And she's like, girls, tell me something new. Essentially proving to us that even the brown Aja that are really black Aja are still so brown Aja they can't get away from it, you know? People are still their Aja even though they have their oaths. They are still distinctly, different, and they've made the other oaths for a reason. You know what I mean? So crazy. And we in that chapter, or we in that POV with Leandrin saying, she was tired of waiting and tired of hiding. Let the world know her. Let people bend the knee as had been promised when she first forswore her old oaths for new. Like, damn, that's fire, bro. Fire. I love this book. Okay. Boom. Now we switch POVs yet again, but now we are back to againin. Okay? We're back to againin. She's at home. She's chilling, She's just trying to do her own thing.
Most seekers for truth bore the ravens as well as the tower, but not even someone who dared steal a secret.
So yeah, boom, she's just trying to do her own thing. Then she walks into her house and she sees a man standing in the corner with just casually, And she pulls out a crossbow, aims it at him, and she's like, yo, what the hell is going on? And he's like, he reaches into his pouch, he pulls out a little something, and he shows it to her. And he's like, yo, and she looks at it. She's like, okay. She sees a raven symbol of the imperial family, the Tower of Ravens, a symbol of imperial justice. Normally, that would have been enough, but she says they're far from Shan-Chan in a land where the bizarre is almost commonplace. What other proof can you offer? And then he takes off his shirt and shows her tattoos of a raven and of a tower. 3 different raven imageries within this episode already. That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? I feel like that's crazy.
Shan-Chan, in a land where the bizarre is almost commonplace. What other proof can you offer? Smiling with silent amusement, he removed his coat, unlaced his shirt, and stripped it off. On either shoulder was the tattoo of Raven and Tower. Most seekers for truth bore the ravens as well as the tower, but not even someone who dared steal a seeker's plaque would have himself marked so. To wear the ravens was to be the property of the imperial family. There was an old story of a fool young lord and lady who had themselves tattooed while drunk, some 300 years gone. When the then empress learned of it, she had them brought to the court of the 9 moons and set to scrubbing floors. This fellow might be one of their descendants. The mark of the raven was forever.
Crazy.
My apologies, Seeker, she said, setting the crossbow down. Why are you here? She did not ask a name. Any he gave might or might not be his. He left her holding the plaque while he redressed himself in a leisurely manner. A subtle reminder. She was a captain, and he property, but he was also a seeker, and under the law he could have her put to the question on his own authority. By law, he had the right to send her out to buy the rope to bind her while he put her to the question right here, and he would expect her to return with it. Flight from a seeker was a crime. Refusal to cooperate with a seeker was a crime. She had never in her life considered any criminal act, no more than she had considered treason against the Crystal Throne. But if he asked the wrong questions, demanded the wrong answers... The crossbow was still close to her hand, and Cantorine was far away. Wild thoughts. Dangerous thoughts.
I served the High Lady Suroth and the Karina for the Empress, he said. I am checking on the progress of the agents the High Lady has placed in these lands.
Checking? What had to be checked, and by a seeker? I have heard nothing of this from the courier boats. His smile deepened and she flushed. Of course the crews would not speak of a seeker. Yet he answered while lacing up his shirt.
The courier boats are not to be risked with my trips. I've taken passage on the vessels of a local smuggler, a man called Bail Domont.
Boom.
His craft stop everywhere, in Terrebonne and Aridoman and between.
I have heard of him, she said calmly. All goes well?
Does now. I'm glad that you at least understood your instructions properly. Among the others, only the Seekers did. It is regrettable that there are not more Seekers with the Helene.
Settling his coat on his shoulders, he plucked the Seeker's plaque from her hand.
There has been some embarrassment over the return of Soldam deserters. Such desertions must not become common knowledge. Much better that they simply vanish.
Only because she had a little time to think was she able to keep her face smooth. Soldam had been left behind in the debacle at Farm, she had been told. Possibly some had deserted. Her instruction, delivered by the High Lady Suroth herself, had been to return any who could be found, whether they wanted to return or not, and if that was not possible, dispose of them. The last had seemed only a final alternative, until now.
I regret that these lands do not know calf, he said, taking a seat at the table. Even in Cantorine. Only the Blood still have calf, or it was so when I left. Perhaps supply ships have arrived from Shonchan since. Tea must do. Fix me tea.
She very nearly knocked him out of his chair. The man was property, and a seeker. She brewed tea, and served it to him, standing beside his chair with the pot to keep his cup full. She was surprised he did not ask her to don a veil and dance on the table. She was permitted to sit at last, after fetching pen and ink and paper, but only to sketch maps of Tanchico and its defences, to draw every other city and town she knew the least thing about. She listed the various forces in the field as much as she knew of their strength and loyalties, what she had deduced of their dispositions. When she was done, he stuffed it all in his pocket, told her to send the contents of the jute sack by the next courier boat, and left with one of those amused smiles, saying he might check on her progress again in a few weeks. She sat there for a long time after he was gone. Every map she had drawn, every list she had made, duplicated papers sent out by courier boats long since. Having her do it all again while he watched might have been a punishment for forcing him to show his tattoos. Death Watch guards flaunted their ravens. Seekers rarely did. It might have been that. At least he had not gone down to the basement before she arrived. Or had he? Had he just been waiting for her to speak? The stout iron lock hung seemingly undisturbed on the door in the hall just beyond the kitchen, but it was said Seekers knew how to open locks without keys. Taking the key from her belt pouch, she unfastened the lock and went down the narrow steps. One lamp on a shelf lit the dirt-floored basement. Just 4 brick walls, cleared of everything that might help an escape. A faint smell of the slop pail hung in the air. On the side opposite the lamp, a woman in a dirty dress sat despondently on a few rough woolen blankets. Her head lifted at the sound of Aegeanin's steps, dark eyes fearful and pleading. She had been the first Soldam Aegeanin had found. The first. The only. Aegeanin had all but stopped looking after she found Bethamin, and Bethamin had been in this basement since, while courier boats came and went. "Did anyone come down here?" Aegeanin said. "No. I heard footsteps overhead, but..." "No." Bethamin stretched out her hand. "Please, Aegeanin, this is all a mistake. You have known me for 10 years. Take this thing off of me." A silver collar encircled her neck, attached by a thick silver leash to a bracelet of the same metal that hung on a peg a few feet above her head. It had been almost an accident putting it on her, simply a means of securing her for a few moments. And then she had managed to knock Aegeanin down, trying a dashing for freedom. "If you bring it to me, I will," Aegeanin said angrily. She was angry with many things, not with Bethamin. "Bring the Adam over here, and I will remove it." Bethamin shivered, let her hands fall. "It is a mistake," she whispered. "A horrible mistake." But she made no move toward the bracelet. Her first attempted flight had left her writhing on the floor upstairs, racked by nausea, and had left Aegeanin stunned. Suldam controlled Damane, women who could channel by means of Adam. It was Damane who could channel, not Suldam. But an Adam could only control a woman who could channel. No other woman, and not a man, young men with that ability were executed, of course, only a woman who could channel. A woman who had that ability and was collared could not move more than a few steps without her bracelet on the wrist of a Suldam to complete the link. Aegeanin felt very tired climbing the stairs and locking the door again. She wanted some tea herself, but the little the seeker had left was cold, and she did not feel like brewing more. Instead, she sat down and pulled the Adam out of the jute bag. To her, it was only finely jointed silver. She could not use it, and it could not harm her unless somebody hit her with it. Even linking herself with an Adam that far, denying its ability to control her, was enough to send a shiver down her spine. Women who could channel were dangerous animals rather than people. It had been they who broke the world. They must be controlled, or they would turn everyone into their property. That was what she had been taught, what had been taught in Seanchan for 1,000 years.
Crazy.
Strange that seemed not to have happened here. No, that was a dangerous, foolish line of thought. Tucking the Adam back into the bag, she cleaned the tea things to settle her mind. She liked tidiness, and there was a small satisfaction in making the kitchen so. Before she realized it, she was brewing a pot of tea for herself. She did not want to think about Bethamin, and that was dangerously foolish too. Settling herself back at the table, she stirred honey into a cup of tea as black as she could make it. Not calf, but it would do. Despite her denials, despite her pleas, Bethamin could channel. Could other Suldam? Was that why the High Lady Suroth wanted those left behind at farm killed? It was unthinkable. It was impossible. The yearly testings all across Seanchan found every girl who had the spark of channeling in her. Each was struck from the rolls of citizens, struck from family records, taken away to become collared Damane. The same testings found the girls who could learn to wear the bracelet of the Suldam. No woman escaped being tested each year until she was old enough that she would have begun channeling if the spark was there. How could even one girl be taken for Suldam when she was Damane? Yet there Bethamin was, in the basement, held by an Adam as by an anchor. One thing was certain. The possibilities here were potentially deadly. This involved the blood. And Seekers. Maybe even the Crystal Throne. Would the High Lady Suroth dare keep knowledge of this sort from the Empress? A mere ship captain could die screaming for a misplaced frown in that company, or find herself property for a whim. She had to know more if she hoped to avoid the death of 10,000 tears. To begin with, that meant spreading more money to Gelb and other Ferreties skulkers like him, finding more Suldam and seeing if Adam held them. Beyond that, she was sailing uncharted reefs with no linesman in the bow. Touching the crossbow, still lying there with its lethal bolt, she realized that something else was certain. She was not going to let the Seekers kill her. Not just to help the High Lady Suroth keep a secret. Perhaps not for any reason. It was a thought shiveringly close to treason. But it would not go away.
Crazy. What a crazy POV. It was damn near a chapter in itself. This was an hour-long chapter with POVs that felt like sub-chapters within this chapter. One of the reasons why I really wanted to listen to that whole last portion is because it was lore and world building about a completely different society. And that is crazy to me. It is crazy how in this chapter we found out all that stuff about Tanchico, and then we turned around and started getting lore and world building for the Shan-Chan. Like, what? Like, what? That shit was crazy. I couldn't believe it. Like, we found out about the Seekers, who essentially seem like Shan-Chan's questioners. We found out, like, we have obviously the more Raven imagery. Like, I don't understand what's up with the Raven imagery, especially when I thought Ravens were completely tied to the Dark One. And now my boy Matt is walking around with the Raven Spear. No idea what that means. You know what I mean? No idea what that means. We got, like I said, we got the Seekers. The Seekers are lower class, but somehow higher class as well. I really enjoy that. Like all of these different, all of these different sub things that are happening here, really working for me, dog. I gotta be honest. Like this is really working for me. Like this shit is awesome, yo. This is awesome. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what in the world? How is it even possible for them not to know these things, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The revelation we got at the end of the Great Hunt that Soul Dom can learn to channel is starting to have ramifications. Literally, bro, it's kind of feeling like the Force Awakens. Because every, like, bro, I don't know. Why is it all of a sudden some of them are getting collared? Do they usually test the collar on the Soul Dom? You know what I mean? Like, to find out if they're Damani, like, what are these tests? We can't really make too many leaps and theories currently because we don't know what the constraints are usually to the Soul Dom or to the, and the Damani. Like, we don't know what they're doing to try to figure out how this could be possible, right? So I guess we're going to now travel through these answers with Again and figure it out with her as she continues to test more and more like Suldam with the Adom to see if they can become Damani. Like, how many can anybody become a caller? Anybody that has a possibility of channeling can become a colored one, it seems like. Like, would it be possible for them to also color the Aiel? I mean, I guess so. And then the Sea Folk. I mean, I guess so, right? Like, theoretically, any of them may be able to be collared. But then it's like, how deep does that go into the metaphysics? Like, does that mean that Perrin can possibly be collared? Because even though he can't channel, he can do something that definitely is utilizing some sort of one power, right? Like, some sort of one power is being used or something. Like, what about men? Would men be able to be collared? Because she can see, like, like, where does that line get drawn at, essentially? It's just very interesting to me. It definitely does raise a bunch of questions. And it's a huge thing, especially while we have the Black Aja trying to also collar Rand at the same time as Again is now trying to figure out how the collar stuff even works, right? Like we're gonna kind of have those two stories playing in some type of parallel. I think in a similar fashion as to how Perrin and Rand's with the whole Aiel stuff is playing out, where Rand is learning all about one side of the Aiel as to where Perrin is learning about like the Tuatha and kind of having a connection with them in the way that their way of life and all that type of stuff, and not necessarily, I don't know, interesting. It's just very interesting. You know what I mean? It's just very interesting. I think it's very, very interesting. I'm excited to see what all of this means and where all this goes. Because I did not expect to get all this Shan-Chan stuff at the end. And then for her to have her own homie, Bethaman, like, collared up in the basement. Like, bro, I got so many questions, Like, on one hand, I thought Again was going to kind of, like, before we found out that Again killed that one girl that knew who she was, I thought that she was going to be, like, a new heroic type character or something. But she's more mad scientist, it seems, Like, it definitely seems she's more mad scientist. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's definitely interesting. I'm ready to see where this goes. I'm really ready to see where all of this channeling stuff goes, because it does really do it really does feel like we are in this course of a new awakening of some kind across the board. You know what I mean? Like across the board, we have some type of awakening thing going on here. Uh, Everyone is kind of either getting more powerful, or it's almost like the winter solstice is coming around. So the waterbenders are about to be getting stronger. It kind of has one of those vibes to it, and I'm interested. I'm interested in this very much so. Very much so. Um. Yeah, 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 yeah. I believe that is all of the stuff there. Let's take this thing off, bro. They had Jean Kate in the show. She was creepy. The one who laughed as her warders died. Oh, damn. And Tom threw a knife at her. Oh, okay, okay. That's crazy. Brown Aja be brown Ajaing even when they black Aja. Facts, yo. Exactly. Oldest joke in the book, and quite offensive, as most old jokes are, but fix Carradine. Yeah, that's just wild. Yeah. He's like, take my wife, please. Which is wild. It wasn't exactly my ties. She kind of commandeered his ship. Yeah, I mean, but it was still big sipping. You know? The way they process info adapts is so good. It's such a well written character. Wait, who are we talking about there? Oh, Aganon. Aganon is another favorite character. Yeah, Aganon seems like she's about to be on that shit. I'm very interested to know how she's gonna start analyzing everything, man. It seems like she's about to start deep diving into stuff. Uh because you're right. She was analyzing information on a crazy level. She was like kind of like she gives Brown Aja vibes, but she's a Shan Chan. So that just I feel like that opens up a whole new path, because it seems like the Shan Chan themselves are very interested in knowledge, like just inherently. It seems like that's what they kind of, I don't want to say that's what they strive for, but it seems like knowledge is very important to know of stuff, to know who you are, to know your power level, to know how strong you are, to know all of that type of stuff. It seems like if they put the money on the table when it comes to stuff like that. And I'm really interested in being able to deep dive into that a little bit further and see what's going on with it. Especially now that we know there's like spies amidst it, with like, especially since there's Shan Chan spy. What the especially since there's Shan Chan spies afoot. Shit. You know what I mean? Especially since there are spies around, watching, waiting, sitting in the darkness. It's like, bro, oh my goodness, we have no idea how many other people there are like her around. We have no idea how many other seekers there are. And then I think she said something else about like a death guard or some shit like that. And that sounds insane. So I'm so interested to dive into all of that and see what's going on. Okay. Don't worry, folks. It's just a bubble of evil. Great POV transition. Honey-colored braids is a dead giveaway. Yeah, I agree. Aes Sedai oaths, Dark Friend oaths, White Cloaks, and maybe Matt would say same difference. Rosamund Pike's Texas accent ain't too shabby. No, ma'am. Hey, yeah, she's killing it. Remember that some channelers have the spark and will channel despite teaching, and some can learn to channel but won't ever channel unless they're taught. Oh. So it's like the Sildam are essentially the Damani that have never been trained to be, like to channel before. So they basically pass the test. But then once they are ignited, because they're no doubt ignited in their training of how to control the Damane, the Sildamar. So once the Sildamar are efficiently trained to do that, they then immediately ignite themselves, so they would be able to get the thing on them from then and there. That makes sense. That makes sense. My leg is hella tight. I gotta do some stretching after this stream, because my body. Whew, whew, you know what I'm saying? The Death Watch guard. Not ominous at all. Exactly. Rosamund doing the Sean American thing is so great. She's just killing it across the board, honestly. Like, she's been doing such a good job. Everybody loud as hell out there. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. Let's get it cracking, chat. Okay. I'm ready, yo. We are kind of cruising right along. We're kind of cruising right along. That was, I think those last chapters, and I think this one is kind of long. Not long, but they're whoa. What's going on with me, dog? Someone hold my hand. Somebody hold my hand. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. We had some longer chapters to kind of start this one off. Yeah, because 37, chapter 37 was 51 minutes and chapter 38 was an hour. So yeah, those were the longest those were some long ass chapters. These next couple of chapters aren't that long, so I don't think we'll be on them as long, if you understand what I'm saying. Because those last chapters were hella long. I love it though. I had a blast reading these today, you guys. Like, I felt like I was giddy after every single chapter. Legit. Giddy committee, okay? Oh. That makes sense. All right, chat. Let's get into
Chapter 39. A cup of wine. When Elaine came on deck with her things neatly bundled, the setting sun seemed to be just touching the water out beyond the mouth of Tanchico's harbour, and the final thick hawsers were being tied to snug wave dancer to a ship-lined
That was,
dock,
like, perfect
only
timing.
one of
That was
many
insane.
along this westernmost peninsula of the city. Some of the crew were furling the last sails. Beyond the long wharves, the city rose on hills, shining white, domed and spired, with polished weather vanes glittering. Perhaps a mile north she could make out high round walls. The Great Circle, if she remembered correctly. Slinging her bundle on the same shoulder as her leather scrip, she went to join Nynaeve by the gangplank with Coeen and Joreen. It seemed almost odd to see the sisters fully dressed again, in bright brocaded silk blouses that matched their wide trousers. Earrings and even nose rings she had become used to, and the fine gold chain across each woman's dark cheek hardly made her wince at all now.
Crazy. Love it. Showing us Tanchico's evil and then immediately dropping our friends into it is just as evil. You know what I mean? Like, that is so brutal. That is so brutal to give us that whole last chapter of Tanchico's evil doings on every level that you could possibly show us. Like, we saw the evil. We saw the Black Aja. We saw the Shanchan. We saw literally every evil group that they have been hiding and running from are here in Tanchico just chilling, essentially waiting for Nynaeve and Elaine. And they're going into the evilest place that they could possibly be going right now, aside from having nothing but, like, outside of being where all the Trollocs are, this is legitimately the next worst place to be. Nobody is safe. Like, not Elaine, not Egwene, not Nynaeve, not Perrin, not Matt, not Rand. Literally, nobody is safe where they are. And they are all across the world, essentially, which is another beautiful bit of storytelling dynamic there, is that we get to travel the world with our characters. All of these characters are like having their own adventures, and they're like not really having an adventure because this shit is mad scary, and you know, like all of this shit is happening at the same time, and I like it a lot, man. I think it just all works together so well, so smoothly. Honestly, they've arrived and I'm terrified. That's essentially how I'm feeling right now, you know? Yeah, damn. But here we also find out that the sea folk are essentially going to share the gospel of the, what do they call them? The Korakarn? The Karakoran? The Korakoran Karan? Karakon Karne? The Koramor. That's what he is. They're about to go spreading the gospel of Koramor, you know, throughout the land, letting everybody know that Rand is him. And I think that's amazing, honestly. I love that they don't even need to meet him, just like all the other Dragonsworn, as they call them, but they are just ready to rock for bro. Like, yes, all right. He's the chosen one. So here we have Nynaeve, Elaine, Tom, Juilin, and Bale. I had definitely forgot that this is Bale, you know, that we were just talking about. So Bale is literally the dude. Like, this is so crazy. So Bale is the guy that brought one of the bad guys into the Tanchico where they are now at. You know what I mean? Which I'm pretty sure means that, like, I don't know. I don't know if that means that bro was in Falm or what. You know, I don't know. I don't know. But, you know, he's just bringing people in and out, back and forth, and that shit is crazy, bruh. And he doesn't even know who he's taking across, like, the waters, you know? Like, damn, shit is insane. We then meet Rindra, the inn owner. I love that Nynaeve and Elaine are kind of coming into being like grown women, essentially. Like, they've all been adults, but they're really becoming like grown women for real, you know? And I really enjoy that we're able to see all of the women and the men for that part, you know, find inspiration from their elders in one way or another and allow that to kind of either shape them in a good way, shape them in a bad way, or just ignore it completely and take whatever they want or do whatever they want. I really enjoy that mentor, that apprentice to mentor type of vibe. Like, because they're not mentors yet. But, you know, I like being able to see them kind of level up. As I said, it feels like everyone has leveled up in one way or another. I even said this during my my chapter by chapter book review, but it really does feel like everyone has leveled up and now they're getting to spend their skill points. Yet again, like, it's crazy how much this whole book feels like that. This whole book feels like everyone, one by one, each character is like leveling up and spending their skill points and resting and getting it down and putting a little bit more in dexterity, putting a little bit more in agility. All right, I got a new point that I can put in to learn a new ability. Like, it feels like that so much, and I love that feeling. I really do. I gotta read that book that you were telling me about, DCC, I think you said, Dungeon Crawl Carl. I'm definitely gonna be looking into that, yo, because I really want to learn that level of storytelling, and I also want to start a D&D campaign with my family. I think that would be really fun. So, um, yeah, wild. Absolutely wild. Honestly, it was really funny when Nynaeve told Bale all of the stuff, and then he looked at Tom and Julian, and they were like, "Yep." And then immediately the girls were mad that he looked at them for assurance, and I'm like, you know, they're like, "Why did you need to look at the men to see if we were telling the truth?" But I think it's more so, you know, like, I mean, either whether it was he was looking for other male confirmation, or if he was looking for other adult confirmation, I guess it is equally insulting to them, and they be having me absolutely rolling, yo. Like, they be having me absolutely rolling, having me cracking up actually, and then seeing them talk and seeing them go back and forth, that was also awesome. Like, they were like, "Yo, I think Jewelin and Bro are gonna fight," and they're like, "No, wait, I think Bro and Bro are gonna fight." Actually, it's like everybody was like beefing with each other for one reason or another, and they were just like, "Oh God, here we go." Like, here we go again. Then as we get to the inn and everybody is chilling, you know, um, somebody gets a little faded. Somebody gets a little drunk. They're all like, you know, Elaine is sitting at the table listening to the stories and the songs and laughing and slamming on the table herself and all this, having a good old time. And well, the dude just keeps on coming by and filling up her cup. Wait. Before we get to that part, actually, the thing that really had me rolling is Domon was like, "Hey, bro, please tell me it's not gonna be like Falm again here, right?" And then, like, it's not gonna be like that, right? And then they're like, "Oh, no, it's not. And then after they tell him everything, he's like, okay, so it is gonna be like foam again. Awesome. That's terrible. Like, you know what I mean? I just love that little interaction with him. Cause he already knows, like, bruh, this is gonna be too much. You know, this is gonna be too much. Vale Dolman was also in book 1. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's wild. Wow, that's wild. I had no idea for real. But yeah, then Tom starts asking about noble factions, who was allied to who, like what was going on. Like he wanted to know legit everything. Um, he was just not ready. Like none of the girls were ready for him to be asking all those questions. And Tom just continues to show that he's a little bit more than a gleeman. And how interesting. I feel like there was another person that we were just talking about that was asking a bunch of questions. Huh. I wonder what that could mean. Does it mean that there's a secret guild of gleemen? I don't think it doesn't mean that. I don't think it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. You feel me? I don't think it doesn't mean that. You know? I don't know, man. I don't know. Rindra. Oh yeah. So Tom starts playing stuff on his harp. First rose of summer, only one boot, the old gray goose. Like they're just all having a really good time. It all seemed to suit Tom. The harp, especially the recital. He was a gleeman, but it seemed more than that. Elaine could have sworn she had heard him recite the great hump before, but in high chant, not plain. How could that be? He was just a simple gleeman. Finally, the deep hours of the night came about, and everybody goes about their way. And I love that she drunkenly stumbles to his room in the middle of the night. And she's like, I know who you are. And he's like, yeah, I know who you are too. Like, she's like, no. I remember this. And then she grabs his mustache. Like, that is so crazy. It's crazy how kids remember like things like that, you know? Like, I remember sitting on your lap, grabbing your mustache, and you singing songs, and my mama was there. Like, damn. Yeah, that happened. Yep, you're right. That show did happen. Like, whoa, that's crazy. And then she basically calls her mom a floosy. She's like, my mama was a floofsy just like Barry Lane. Talking at every Tom, Dick, and Harry coming through. And then I was like, whoa. And I guess this is also where we find out that the dude was trying to talk to her. You know what I mean? The weird guy. The weird dude just kept filling up Elaine's drink. And he was trying to take her home, I think. And that's crazy. But we also get that mention of Lord Gabriel again, the person that is somehow wrapped around her mother's finger, or who her mother is wrapped around the finger of. Hope that made sense. And that's crazy. Just saying. That shit is wild. It was something I truly was ill prepared for. But as she goes off, as she's talking about her mama, bro just gives her a good old. I was like, oh shit. Literally, I was like, oh my God, he slapped her. I was like, oh my goodness. He was like, man, don't you ever talk about your mama like that again. She was like, you can't talk to me like that. Yo, I couldn't handle Elaine being faded. They're like, you can't talk to me like that. I'm the daughter. I'm the daughter of Ed. Whew. I'm the daughter queen. You can't talk to me like that. Or how it's like her vision blurred. I was like, damn, he slapped the shit out of her while she drunk. Like, that's crazy. Bro, it's like, don't you ever talk about your mama like that again. Like, what? And after all of this, she stumbles down the stairs, tries to go back to her room. Creepy dude is trying to get in her pants again, because I'm pretty sure he tries twice. Tries the first time, and then he tries again, and she's like, get the fuck away from me. As she should. And she goes back to the room, and we find out that her and I thought this was so funny for some reason. Nynaeve and her have like a whole mission that they're supposed to be doing. And I think that's hilarious, bro. I think that's hilarious, dog. I'm not gonna lie. I think that was hilarious. Like, I think that's hilarious. She's like, yo, dog, what? Like, and Nynaeve's like, what are you doing, bro? Ain't no way you sitting here drunk, bro. Let me holler at you for a second. Hey, come look at this. And she was like, huh, what? Like, look in there. She's like, what's in there? I don't see anything. Like, she just started drowning her. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, oh, shit. And she's like, ah. And she's like, what are you doing? You can't do this to me. I'm the queen of it. Oh my God, bro. Like, what the hell? What are you thinking, girlie? What are you thinking? Yo, you weren't thinking. That's it. You weren't. Legit. Ain't no way you was thinking. Yeah, Elaine literally got waterboarded. Wild. Tom, Tom and Morgaze. Yeah, officially we know now, right? Crazy.
Uncharted reefs. Chapter 39. She realized the other woman was among the great columns. Nynaeve had circled Calendar, all asleep sitting on that. The problem seemed to be not falling on the floor. "I will charge an hour and wake you." Nynaeve nodded, then closed her eyes, both hands clutched around the two rings. After a time, her breathing deepened. The heart of the stone was quite empty. Peering into the dimness among the great columns, Nynaeve had circled Calendar, sparkling out of the floorstones, completely before she realized she was still in her shift, the leather cord dangling about her neck with the two rings. She frowned, and after a moment she was wearing a Two Rivers dress of good brown wool and stout shoes. Elaine and Egwene both seemed to find this sort of thing easy, but it was not easy for her. There had been embarrassing moments in earlier visits to Tellerran Riod, mostly after stray thoughts of Lan, but changing her garb deliberately took concentration. Just that, remembering, and her dress was silk, and as transparent as Rendra's veil. Berelaine would have blushed. So did Nynaeve, thinking of Lan seeing her in it. It took an effort to bring the brown wool back. Worse, her anger had faded. That fool girl, did she not realize what happened when you drank too much wine? Had she never been alone in a common room before? Well, possibly she had not, and the true source might as well not exist so far as she was concerned. Perhaps it would not matter. Uneasy, she stared into the forest of huge redstone columns, turning in one spot. What had made Egwene leave here abruptly? The stone was silent, with a hollow emptiness. She could hear the blood rushing in her own ears. Yet the skin between her shoulder blades prickled as if someone were watching her. "Egwene?" Her shout echoed in the silence among the columns.
Egwene!
Nothing. Rubbing her hands on her skirt, she found she was holding a gnarled stick with a thick knob on the end. A fat lot of good that would do. But she tightened her grip on it. A sword might be more use. For an instant the stick flickered. Half a sword, but she did not know how to use a sword. She laughed to herself ruefully. A cudgel was as good as a sword here. Both practically useless. Channeling was the only real defense. That and running, which left her only one choice at the moment. She wanted to run now with that feel of eyes on her, but she would not give up so quickly. Only what was she to do? Egwene was not here. She was somewhere in the waste. Ruidian, Elaine said. Wherever that was. Between one step and the next, she was suddenly on a mountainside, with a harsh sun rising over more jagged mountains beyond the valley below, baking the dry air. The waste. She was in the waste. For a moment, the sun startled her, but the waste was far enough east for sunrise there to still be night in Tanchico. In Tellerran Riod, it made no difference anyway. Sunlight or darkness there seemed to bear no relation to what was in the real world as far as she could determine. Long, pale shadows still covered almost half the valley, but strangely, a mass of fog billowed down there, not seeming to grow less for the sun beating on it. Great towers rose out of the fog, some appearing unfinished. A city? In the waste? Squinting, she could make out a person down in the valley too. A man, though all she could see at this distance was someone who seemed to be wearing breeches and a bright blue coat. Certainly not an Aiel. He was walking along the edge of the fog, every now and again stopping to poke at it. She could not be sure, but she thought his hand stopped short each time. Maybe it was not fog at all. "You must get away from here," a woman's voice said urgently. "If that one sees you, you are dead. Or worse." Nynaeve jumped, spinning with her club raised, nearly losing her footing on the slope. The woman standing a little above her wore a short white coat and voluminous pale yellow trousers gathered above short boots. Her cloak billowed on an arid gust of wind. It was her long golden hair, intricately braided, and the silver bow in her hands that made a name pop incredulously into Nynaeve's mouth. Birgitte? Birgitte, hero of 100 tales, and her silver bow with which she never missed. Birgitte, one of the dead heroes the Horn of Valir would call back from the grave to fight in the last battle. "It's impossible." "Huh? Who are you?" "There is no time, woman. You must go before he sees." In one smooth motion, she pulled a silver arrow from the quiver at her waist, knocked it, and drew fletching to ear. The silver arrowhead pointed straight at Nynaeve's heart. "Go!" Nynaeve fled. She was not sure how, but she was standing on the green in Emmons Field, looking at the Winespring Inn with its chimneys and red tile roof. Thatched roofs surrounded the green, where the winespring gushed out of a stone outcrop. The sun stood high here, though the two rivers lay far west of the waste. Yet, despite a cloudless sky, a deep shadow lay across the village. She had only a moment to wonder how they were doing without her. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a flash of silver, and a woman ducking behind the corner of Alis Candwin's neat house beyond the Winespring Water. Birgitta! Nynaeve did not hesitate. She ran for one of the footbridges across the narrow rushing stream. Her shoes pounded on the wooden planks. "Come back here!" she shouted. "You come back here and answer me! Who was that? You come back here, or I'll hero you! I'll thump you so you think you've had an adventure!" Rounding the corner of Alis's house, she really only half expected to see Birgitta. What she did not expect at all was a man in a dark coat trotting toward her less than 100 paces down the hard-packed dirt street. Her breath caught. Lan! No, but he had the same shape to his face, the same eyes. Halting, he raised his bow and shot. At her. Screaming, she threw herself aside, trying to claw her way awake. Elaine jumped to her feet, toppling the stool over backward as Nynaeve screamed and sat up on the bed, eyes wide. "What happened, Nynaeve? What happened?" Nynaeve shuddered. "He looked like Lan! He looked like Lan! And he tried to kill me!" She put a trembling hand to her left arm, where a shallow slash oozed blood a few inches below her shoulder. "If I hadn't jumped, it would have gone through my heart!"
Crazy, bro. Crazy. This chapter is insane. So we get introduced to Birgitta yet again. Birgitta, the hero of 100 Tales. I think this is the second time we've seen her in Tel'aran'rhiod, if I'm not mistaken. And the second time that she saved one of them. But we got Waste Man in the Aiel in blue garments. Don't know what's going on with that. He's looking for something. Can't get into Ruidian because the fog is like doubling as a force field or whatever. And then we also have Not Lan posted up in where? That's right. Not Lan is posted up in Eamon's Field in Ruidian. And I don't know what that might mean, but it means something. Crazy how we see Not Lan here, and crazy how we see Waste Man. That's what I put them down as in my notes, is Waste Man and Not Lan. So I could just figure out I can remember who they are. So it's like, this is crazy, bro. Like, I can't believe Not Lan almost killed Nynaeve, dog. And then we find out that Julian went out trying to find out information and stuff and all that good stuff. Tom says, bro, I'll find out more information than you did because I'm not talking to thieves. I'm talking to real people out here. But then I think this is when they like step outside. And then as they step outside, they suddenly realize that this is a dangerous place. I love how they realize almost immediately, like, wow, I'm so happy that we have Tom and Julian with us. Because this place sucks immediately. And then I love how Tom and Julian are like they mug each other, but at the same time they're like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, we got this. Don't worry about it. Like, we gonna protect y'all, but also screw you, dog. But also we got this. But also, are they tripping? You know what I mean? Like, they're just, you know, they're chilling, bro. They're reluctant bros. They're reluctant bros. You feel me? Here we go with the reluctancy again. You feel me? We're right back there again. Right back to the reluctant hero. Okay. I got this before he got this, but we got this. Exactly. I don't think I could explain that better myself because that is the exact vibe that they have and almost the exact vibe they must be going for because that is precisely what's going down. That's so funny. That's hilarious. because I real life could not agree more. All right, chat. We only got 3 more chapters tonight. And again, these chapters get shorter here. So not going to spend too much time on them. But the next chapter is a banger. But I think the chapter after that is the shorter one. So yeah, we're about to get into it. I hope y'all are ready so we can wrap things up tonight. All right, we're almost there. We're almost ready to go. So we'll get into the next chapter right after this.
Cheese balls, cheese balls, cheese balls. Where the f*** are my cheese balls? Strawberry sign? I know where my fucking cheese balls again. No, I didn't.
Have you ever thought about how it would feel to be one giant sock in the dryer?
No, sorry, I don't think I have.
One sock being left in the dryer would be a bad thing, you know? Forcing its pair to roam lonely without its match. But one giant sock's only match is the foot that will embrace its cozy warmth, fresh out of the dryer, toasty, and never alone.
Shroomy never truly dies, for on the day of my reckoning, I will be reborn as a part of the Hive Mind Collective on Shroom Prime, and all of the weaknesses of your planet will be quickly analyzed, and then the expansion will commence.
Scrunching, scrunching and folding, folding and scrunching, scrunching and folding, folding and scrunching.
I'm Rupert Luther Mullins, Senior Executive of the Turtle Club. Here to defend and protect all in need.
Express delivery when your delivery is expressed.
I'm standing right here, you itchy. Why the hell you still knocking?
Kid Rock, please help me.
We are natural selection.
That's your freedom.
A natural selection. 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 A natural selection.
Shroomy Room Doomy!
Shroomy Room Doomy indeed. Make sure y'all go check out Unnatural Selection. I'll have some new episodes coming out real soon for you. Okay. Go check it out. Go check it out. Go check it out. Go check it out. All right. Let's get into it. Moving right along. Let's get into
Chapter 40. Hunter of Trollocs.
Man, what a banger chapter for a banger chapter. Like, shout out to my guy Perrin. Perrin is just undoubtedly him, you know? There's not a lot of other things that we can say other than Perrin is undoubtedly him. You know? I just love the dude. I can't lie, he's my favorite character, bro. The things he does, it just goes so hard, man. It goes so hard. There we go. Oh. Bro. I have been attacked. This is one of those things where it's like we needed more for Perrin in the show 100%. I think I just saw you say something about the show. Yeah. I wish they had time for this in the show. Bro, I just wish I do too. I feel like a lot of those constraints that are put on Perrin and his wolf brotherness is very much because of live action. I'm sorry to bring up the animated thing again, but yeah, like a lot of the stuff around Perrin, a lot of these things, period, are very hard to do in live action. Like Lord of the Rings, we talked about it earlier. Lord of the Rings was able to do some magic with what they did, but you know, that's with full belief, I guess you can say, and someone that really appreciated the source material. Excuse me. You don't really see that. You know, companies don't care anymore. That's really it. The big companies with they don't want to spend all the money, even though they got all the money. They're like, hell no, you can't have that much money to make the show as good as it needs to be. Do with what we give you. It's like, come on, son. Like, lock in, you guys. Please give them more money. Like, give them more money. You know what I mean? Give them more money, bro. It doesn't really make sense to me why. That's something I have an issue with understanding. It's like, I understand that there's like return of interest and all that, but with something so beloved that people love, like, I just don't get why you would want to, you know, even almost try and, you know, not nip it, but cheap out on it. Why try to cheapen out? You know, this thing is like amazing and people love it. Like, you know that already. So you have the IP. Why are you wasting money by not putting more money in it? Essentially. Like, come on. Like, that shit is crazy. But alas, here we are. But yeah, I really enjoyed this chapter because Perrin is my guy. But not gonna lie, I really don't care about the random dead people at the beginning. Like, it's hard to care about his entire dead family when we're in book 4 and we've never heard about them before. You know what I mean? It's not like this is some new character that just stumbled upon us and we're like, oh, who is this guy? Oh my goodness, he doesn't have a family. Like, no, like, Perrin hasn't had a family since book 1. So this is like, oh, this is why, I guess. Like, you know, it's almost like, I don't know. But I also understand because it puts Perrin in a very specific mind frame. But other than that, I mean, there's no reason for it. It's just to put him in that very specific mind frame. And this makes me understand why they gave him a wife at the beginning. Because it's like, no secret family, none of that. We're just not going to do a whole family because then we got to introduce people that were never introduced in the story ever. So let's not do that. Let's just give him a secret wife that dies, and that will cause him to go on the same path. You know what I mean? I dig that. I get that. Like, I get that. I get it. But also I get why like I said, I understand why they had to give him I understand it. And it's just like, damn. It's like, damn, his whole family is dead. And then we just don't know anything about it. And and then he looks at his home that he's not talked about once. And he's like, oh man, the home I grew up in. I'll never see it again. It's like, bro, we've never known that you saw it before until right now when it's the last time you seeing this thing is the first time we're seeing it. So sorry about it. Sorry about that, dog. But then immediately after that, he loses yet again. So it's like, damn. Okay, now it's like now everything is hitting home even more because I really do understand where you're coming from even more now. You know what I mean? It's like, God damn. Like, holy shit. Like, whew, this is brutal. But I love okay, so we talk about Perrin, Daniel, Lord. Daniel, Fail, Luke, Varen, Bane, Chiad, Loyal, Yvonne. We talk about we get a little bit of all of them up in this chapter here. But it was really funny to me that Perrin's like, why are they calling me the Hunter of Trollocs? And then meanwhile, bro has killed like 30 plus Trollocs. It's like, and the last thing you yelled was, "We're going to hunt Trollocs!" And then you're like, "Why are they calling me the Trolloc Hunter?" I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? They're calling you the Trolloc Hunter because you literally rallied a band of 70 men together. What are we talking about here? But as we see them tracking the Trollocs, it's so interesting because the Trollocs feel almost like human in what they're doing, right? Like they're sleeping, they're resting, they're chilling and cooking human soup. Blech. You know what I mean? Like they're eating people, you know, and they're cooking them in a pot as soup. And then they're getting under their blankets and going to sleep. What? What? You know? What? Like, what? Oh my goodness. Like, what are we talking about, Perrin? What are we talking about, Perrin? And then I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the Trollocs as well. I felt so bad when Perrin and all of them like looked into the pot and then saw it was human, and they were like, "Oh shit!" And then all they could do was like everybody ran away and puked, and then Perrin dug the grave and then put the like soup in the grave. Ooh. Oh, that's yucky. That's yucky. Nasty, nasty, gross. Like, that's gross. That is gross, bro. I care not. Like, that's gross, bro. Oh my gosh. I would also puke profusely at that sight. And no doubt that smell as well. But yeah, that it just I went kind of on a rabbit hole of what's up with these Trollocs, like what are they doing? What are their feelings? Like, can Trollocs like think? Like, do they have any mental capacity? Like, aren't they talking? Like, don't they talk sometimes? I feel like we've heard a Trolloc talk, but I can't remember. It just feels very interesting. Like, I feel like we're about ready for some more Trolloc lore. Because it just feels, I don't know, they feel very Attack on Titan-y, you know? Like, oh shit, Trollocs are human. And it's like, obviously we know that already, but it's like to a different extent. I don't know, man. I don't know. Everything just feels so, I don't know. Maybe I'm just catching so many eerie vibes that I'm trying to make connections where there aren't any. But damn, son, it just makes me think. It make me think. You know what I'm saying? Do stuff ever make you think, chat? Oh, and then of course Lord Luke absolutely sucks. Like, we already know that, but man, does it really hit home here that Lord Luke sucks. And also, when Perrin does his little wolf thing, he notices that the man's smell stood out among the others, cold and separate too, almost as if he had nothing in common with the men around him, not even humanity. Hmm. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, and then yeah, they start calling him Perrin Golden Eyes, which is a badass name. Like, what? Perrin Golden Eyes. Holy. Like, that is just... But we find out also that hundreds and hundreds of people with their cattle and their sheep are all talking of Perrin Golden Eyes, and they're going to Eamon's Field. And he's like, bro, I ain't even came from that direction. What the hell are you talking about? And then Fael tells him there's going to be stories about Perrin Golden Eyes, the hunter of Trollocs. He's like, I got a light. Light blind me. Like, bro, come on, chill, dog. You know this. Like, why are you surprised? 32 Trollocs dead. Like, what are we doing, Perrin?
Minutes passed. An hour. More. How long before the shadow spawn appeared? Much longer in this damp, and bowstrings would need to be changed. The birds vanished a moment before the squirrels went silent. Perrin drew a deep breath and frowned. Nothing. On that breeze, he should surely be able to smell Trollocs as soon as the animals sensed them. A vagrant gust brought in the putrid stink like centuries-old sweat and rot. Whirling, he shouted, "They're behind us! Rally to me! 2 rivers to me!" Behind the horses. Fael! Screams and shouts erupted from every side, howls and savage cries. A ram-horned Trolloc leaped into the open 20 paces away, raising a long curved bow. Perrin drew fletchings to ear and fired in one smooth motion, reaching for another shaft as soon as his arrow cleared bow. His broadhead point took the Trolloc between its eyes. It bellowed once as it fell. And its arrow, the size of a small spear, took Perrin in the side like a hammer blow. Gasping with shock, he hunched over, dropping bow and fresh arrow alike. Pain spread out in sheets from the black-fletched shaft. It quivered when he drew breath, and every quiver shot out new pain. 2 more Trollocs leaped over their dead companion, wolf snout and goat horns, black-mailed shapes half again as tall as Perrin and twice as broad. Baying, they rushed at him, curved swords upraised. Forcing himself upright, he gritted his teeth and snapped the thumb-thick arrow off short, pulled his axe free and rushed to meet them. Howling, he realized dimly, howling with rage that filmed his eyes red. They towered over him, their armor all spikes at elbows and shoulders, but he swung his axe in a frenzy, as if trying to cut down a tree with every blow. For Adora, for Dissel. "My mother!" he screamed. "Burn you! My mother!" Abruptly, he realized he was hacking at bloody shapes on the ground. Growling, he made himself stop, shaking with the effort as much as with the pain in his side. There was less shouting now. Fewer screams. Was anyone left but him? "Rally to me! 2 rivers to me! 2 rivers!" Someone shouted frantically off through the damp woods, and then another. 2 rivers! 2. Only 2. "Fael!" he cried. "Oh, light! Fael!" A flicker of black flowing through the trees announced a Murdral before he could see it clearly. Snake-like black armor down its chest, inky cloak hanging undisturbed by its running. As it came closer, it slowed to a sinuous, assured walk. It knew he was hurt, knew him for easy meat. Its pale-faced, eyeless stare stabbed him with fear. "Fael?" it said mockingly. Its voice made the name sound like burned leather crumbling. "Your Fael was delicious." Roaring, Perrin hurled himself at it. A black-bladed sword turned his first stroke, and his second, his third. The thing's slug-white face became fixed with concentration, but it moved like a viper, like lightning. For the moment, he had it on the defensive. For the moment. Blood trickled down his side. His side burned like a forge fire. He could not keep this up, and when his strength failed, that sword would find his heart. His foot
Like, how do
slipped in
you
the mud
show
churned up beneath
a
his boots.
faceless,
The fade's
slug-white
blade drew back,
thing
and a blurring sword half severed
concentrating
the
and
eyeless head,
moving
so
like
it fell
a
over on one
viper
shoulder in a fountain of black blood.
in animation?
Stabbing
that's how.
blindly, the Murdral staggered forward, stumbling, refusing to die completely, still instinctively trying to kill.
Like, bruh.
Perrin scrambled out of its path, but his attention was all for the man coolly wiping his blade with a fistful of leaves. Ivon's colour-shifting cloak hung down his back. "Alana sent me to find you. I almost didn't, the way you have been moving. But 70 horses do leave tracks." The dark, slender warder seemed as composed as if he were lighting his pipe before a fireplace. "The Trollocs were not linked to that." He indicated the Murdral with his sword. It had fallen, but still stabbed randomly. More's the pity. But if you can gather your people together, they might not be willing to try you without one of the Faceless to goad them. I would estimate about 100 to begin. A few less now. You have bloodied them some. He began a calm survey of the shadows beneath the trees, only the blade in his hand indicating anything out of the ordinary. For a bare moment, Perrin gaped. Alana wanted him? She had sent Ivan? Just in time to save his life. Shaking himself, he raised his voice again.
2 rivers to me! For the love of the light! Rally to me! Here! Rally! Here!
This time he kept it up until familiar faces appeared, stumbling through the trees. Blood-streaked faces often as not. Shocked, staring faces. Some men half-supported others, and some had lost their bows. The Aiel were among them, apparently unhurt, except that Gaul limped slightly.
They did not come as we expected.
Gaul
Was all
stays
the Aiel
elite,
said.
baby.
The night was colder than we expected. There was more rain than we expected. That was how he said it. Fail seemed to materialize with the horses. With half the horses, including Stepper and Swallow, and 9 of the 12 men he had left with her. A scrape marred one cheek, but she was alive. He tried to hug her, but she pushed his arms away, muttering angrily over the broken-off arrow, even while she gently pulled his coat away from the thick shaft in an effort to examine where it had gone in. Perrin studied the men around him. They had stopped coming now, yet there were faces missing. Kenley Ahan, Billy Aldai, Tevin Marwyn. He made himself name the missing, made himself count them. 27. 27 not there.
Did you bring all the wounded?
He asked dully.
Is anybody left out there?
Fail's hand trembled on his side. Her expression as she frowned at his wound was a blend of worry and fury. She had a right to be angry. He should never have gotten her into this.
Only the dead.
Ban Alcine said in a voice as leaden as his face. Will looked to be frowning at something just out of sight.
I saw Kenley, he said. His head was in the crook of an oak, but the rest of him was down at the foot. I saw him. His cold won't bother him now.
Damn. 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 Bro, it has to be Lord Luke, right? I mean, Luke pulls up, he's talking his shit, smirking like a friggin' douchebag, and then we turn around and get attacked by Trollocs. Like, what? Come on, bro. This is not a coincidence. This is not coincidental. This is not a coincidente. Bastards. Lord Luke definitely has a mustache. Oh. 27, bro. He could not stop saying the names in his head. They took the most direct route. Like, that's just crazy. That is just so crazy, brother. Crazy that they lost 30 people. They were 70 and they lost 30. Like, that's brutal, bro. That's so brutal. What a great chapter, though. Yeah, his cold won't bother him now is absolutely... That's insane, bro. That is such an insane thing to say about someone that's dead. Like, Jesus. Perrin hulked out, yeah. Big time. Blind rage mode. Fades know about Fail? They got book club. You know, they got that Bluetooth hive mind shit going on. They know about everything. The chapter is incredible. So well written. Yeah, facts. RJ was a gunner on a chopper during Vietnam. He shot down an RPG with a machine gun. Oh my God. That's freaking awesome. What? That's cool as hell. Like, literally, that is cool as hell. All right. We only got a couple more chapters here, and they're short ones. So we're going to get into it here. Chat, just keep on moving, keep on rolling, no trolling. So with all that being said, okay. Hey, all right, brother. Have a good one, Thatch. Appreciate you tuning in with us, my brother. I hope you have a good one, Brody. Have a good rest of your night, G. And let's get into almost the last chapter. Let's get into it.
Chapter 41. Among the Tuatha-an.
What
A gathering of
fire
wagons
name.
came in sight, a little off to the south, like small houses on wheels. Tall wooden boxes, painted and lacquered in violent shades of red and blue and green and yellow, all standing in a large rough circle around a few broad-limbed oak trees. The music came from there. Perrin had heard there were tinkers, travelling people, in the Two Rivers, but he had not seen them until now. Hobbled horses cropped the long grass nearby.
I would sleep elsewhere.
Gaul said stiffly when he saw Perrin meant to go to the wagons, and loped away without another word. Bane and Chiad spoke softly yet urgently to Fail. Perrin caught enough to know they were trying to convince her to spend the night with them in some snug thicket and not with the lost ones. They sounded appalled at the idea of speaking to the Tinkers, much less eating or sleeping with them. Fail's hand tightened on his leg as she refused, quietly, firmly. The two maidens frowned at each other, blue eyes meeting grey with a deep measure of concern, but before the travelling people's wagons came much closer, they trotted away after Gaul. They seemed to have recovered some of their spirits, though. Perrin heard Chiad suggesting they induce Gaul to play some game called Maiden's Kiss. They were both laughing as they passed out of his earshot. Men and women were working in the camp, sewing, mending harness, cooking, washing clothes and children, levering a wagon up to replace a wheel. Other children ran playing or danced to the tunes of half a dozen men playing fiddle or flute. From oldest to youngest, the Tinkers wore clothes even more colourful than their wagons, in eye-wrenching combinations that had to have been chosen blindly. No sane man would have worn anything near those hues, and not many women. As the ragtag party approached the wagons, silence fell. People stopping where they were to watch with worried expressions. Women clutching infants and children running to hide behind adults, peering around a leg or hiding their faces in skirts. A wiry man, grey-haired and short, stepped forward and bowed gravely, both hands pressed to his chest. He wore a bright blue, high-collared coat and baggy trousers of a green that almost seemed to glow, tucked into knee boots.
You are welcome to our fires. Do you know the song?
For a moment, trying not to hunch around the arrow in him, Perrin could only stare. He knew this man, the Mahdi, or seeker of this band.
What chance?
He wondered.
Of all the Tinkers in the world, what chance it should be folk I know?
Coincidences made him uneasy. When the pattern produced coincidence, the wheel seemed to be forcing events.
I'm beginning to sound like a bloody Aes Sedai.
He could not manage the bow, but he remembered the ritual.
Your welcome warms my spirit, Rain, as your fires warm the flesh. But I do not know the song.
Fail and Ivan gave him startled looks, but no more than did the Two Rivers men. Judging by the mutters he heard from Ban and Tell and others, he had just given them something else to talk about.
Oh my goodness. I just love it. I love seeing the world building overlapping across different POVs. It's happened a couple times now, but it's something that just stands out to me so much. Just going from Rand, who was having all of these visions and going through Ruidian and finding out about the Tuatha-an, and the Aiel, and how they're kind of like two sides of the same coin, essentially. And then when we get with Perrin, he already knows about the Tuatha'an, and we've kind of seen them before, but we have not really seen them since we've known all this new information about them. So we get back with them, and then immediately we are back engulfed in their culture, which Perrin is completely aware of since him and Egwene spent time with them, and he was actually paying attention and absorbing the knowledge and the things that they were saying and doing. You know what I mean? That then when he starts partaking in their customs that they have, it doesn't seem as it's not. So when we're back with him, it's not as foreign at all as it was ever, because we have an even deeper understanding than we did the last time with them. We even have a deeper understanding of them than they do themselves, and we did not have that understanding the last time that we were talking to them and we were like around them, right? We didn't really understand them the same way we didn't really understand the Aiel. We didn't understand either of those cultures in any way, shape, or form. But then when we get here, we are completely exposed to all of the things. Yay, yo, shout out to LBF. I appreciate that, my guy. Thank you. With the 5 gifted. Yo, it did not show 5 gifted at first. Shout out to my guy with the 5 gifted. Hey, let's go. Big shout out to LBF, yo. I appreciate it, brother. Hey, my guy Gabriel got a membership. That's dope. W. Kirby got a membership. W. Hey, let's go. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that. Oh shit, is that Matt's dagger in the chat too? What's going on? It's going down right now. Let's go. Shout out to LBF. Shout out to my guy Matt's dagger. I appreciate both of y'all, man. Let's get it. Let's go. Thank you so much, LBF. For real, for real. I hope you're having a good day. It's always a good time being here with y'all. And you make it even better. Thank you, brother, for the 5 gifted. I didn't even know you could. Did I know that you could gift memberships now? I know you did that before, but that's crazy. Like, that is so lit. I love it. YouTube. Shout out to YouTube for doing that, too. Because I know you could not do that for a long time. I've been streaming on YouTube for a while now. That gifted was not a thing. But that shit's dope. W's in the chat for sure. Hey Sensei, yo, what's up with the what's up with the MD Mass Dagger, my guy? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good, brother. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, 'tis the season. 'Tis the season for sure. Oh, Thatcher got a membership too. W, look at that. Yo, WLBF. I didn't even see that Thatch got one. Bro said, I got Neva, had to come back in. Yo, yeah, that's what's up, bro. Let's go. W gifted. Thanks, G. Let's go. LBF is a gentleman and a scholar. Indeed, indubitably, he is. I love that. You guys rock, bro. Let's get it, LBF. Let me know, chat, what was your favorite chapter of this section so far? Like I was saying, though, I really do love seeing the world building overlap. Being able to see the Tuatha'an from that other angle and then coming into this and then seeing it here, like, oh my goodness, that shit was so cool. It was really cool to be able to see Perrin being, welcomed in as well. He was immediately welcomed by the Tuatha'an, right? They were immediately embracing him. They were like, hell yeah, thank you, brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, welcome in, welcome back. And then they also were like, oh my God, you did not end up following the way of the leaf. Like it's unfortunate. And I like how Rain's wife tells him, like, do not try to bring him to the way of the leaf while he's standing here hurt. Everybody's hurt. Come on. And then they just all jump into action to try to help them out, immediately. And I loved it just as much as I loved how the Aiel were like, bro, we're not about to be around the lost ones. We're not about to be around them, period. Let's dip. And all 3 of them left immediately and really did not want to be around them. I thought that was so interesting. I just love the way that, like I was saying, we were just discovering all of these issues within the world building itself not too long ago, right? And now we are seeing these same things at play firsthand in our face. That shit is awesome. I cannot help but be so excited and intrigued by this, by this, like the reading here, bro. It's just so good. And then she tells Fail, "You are quite beautiful, child. Perhaps you should be aware of Perrin. I never see him but in the company of beautiful girls." Like, bro, what? That is so funny. Like, that is so funny. Oh. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, they basically just carry him inside, start trying to take care of him. Oh, and then I think he gets compared to Arthur Hawkwing. And he's like, bro, what? Hell nah. I am certainly not Arthur, am I? You know what I mean? And then Isla, Isla is having her own feelings about everything that's going on here. Rayan, Isla, and Aram. We're basically reintroduced to all of them in one way or another. Aram finds out that Perrin is back, and you know what he does? He immediately, and I mean immediately, goes and looks for if Egwene is with him. Come on, Aram, what are we doing, brother? Are we really that down bad? Are we really that down bad, Aram? Like, come on, lock in, my brother. Like, bro is tripping. Bro's absolutely tripping here. I'm like, what's going on? Excuse the hell out of me. So he kicks him out, basically, like, get the hell out of here. I want nothing to do with you. I don't want to see you, whatever. And then Fail is like, my father says a general can take care of the living or weep for the dead, but he cannot do both. And you know me, I'm immediately like, Fail, who your daddy? Because she keep talking about her daddy as this farmer, as this general. Like, who is he? Like, what in the hell what are we doing here? Who is this person? But I love how Perrin replies, "I am not a General Fail. I am a fool of a blacksmith who thought he could use other people to help him get justice, maybe even revenge." And she replies with the coldest shit ever. "Do you think the Trollocs will go away because you decide your motives are not pure enough? Are they any less vile? Do you need a purer reason to fight them than what they are?" Another thing my father says, the worst sin a general can commit, worse than blundering, worse than losing, worse than anything, is to desert the men who depend on him, yo. Like, oh my God, bro. Just cooking, man. That's just absolute cooking. And then that's when he kicks around my or whatever. And then this is when we finally get an answer. Because Perrin's finally like, all right, who is your dad? He also asks. He hears me asking, and then he asked immediately, because that's how it happened in my notes as well. I'm like, who the pappy? Who is he? Like, what is really going on here? Because it's clear that she has some type of higher understanding like a hired learning and all of that, like, and that shit had me confused. So this is where it ended up letting it be found out. She says, "My father is Davram of House Bashir, Lord of Bashir, Tyre and Sedona, guardian of the Blight Border, defender of the Heartland, Marshal General to Queen Tenobia of Saldea, and her uncle." Light! What was all that about him being a wood merchant or a fur dealer? I love how Perrin immediately is going to the meat and potatoes and the questions that we are also asking. Like, so girl, you just been straight lying this whole time about your daddy? And she's like, well, I mean, he was, my father's estates would produce fine woods and stuff. And he's like, yo, she's like, it was not a lie. And he's like, yo, hiding things, lying. You're a lady. Like, you're literally a lady. You're royalty, essentially. Your daddy ain't no small merchant or like a former soldier. Like, he is a full-blown general of the royal guard. Lord of Bashir. Like, he is the Lord of Bashir, excuse me. Like, what are we even doing here? And then this is the crazy shit, right? Again, every goddamn time I trust this woman, she do some shit. Every time, right? This dude is like she has her back turned to him as she's like standing there telling him some of this stuff. And then she turns around. And then she turned around and it's like, bro, what are we doing? And he's like, yo, he's like, why are you saying you're a hunter of the horn? Like, did your father send you off here? And then we get more lore about her. She says, my two brothers died, one fighting Trollocs and the other in a fall from his horse while hunting. Crazy that that's just crazy. So then she had to study how to do accounting and how to do trades and all of that. And then her father took her youngest brother, Maiden, to the Blight Border, who was 2 years younger than her. And then she was pissed about that. She escaped. She escaped because girls are not taught the sword or war in Saldea. But an old soldier from her father's command was a footman, and he taught her how to use a blade, how to do basically everything that she knows how to do. So she was literally trained by her father's right-hand man type shit. You know what I mean? Her father, the major general's right-hand man. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. The lore, the way these things are working out is absolutely diabolical. But then she does something that I like a lot. After we find out that Fail's royalty, she is Lady Fail, and then he's like, why would you fall in love with a common why do you like a common blacksmith? And then she's like, the word is love, Perrin Bara. I'm like, oh shit. But then she's a genius, and then she immediately turns around and asks, hey, Perrin, what's up with the golden eyes, my boy? And he's like, shit. I just grilled you, made you answer all these questions for me, so now I am obligated to answer these questions for you, I suppose. And then he proceeds to tell her everything about the wolves and about the wolf dreams and about Elias and Hopper, and I think he tells her about Hopper and literally everything. Even that, if he loses himself as a wolf too much, he'll never be able to come back from it. And all of that. So, she tells him he tells her everything. And then this woman, her damn response is, if your ears really are that sharp, I'll have to watch what I say when I'm close to you. Oh, I wasn't aware that we were joking around, Fayu. I didn't aware that this was a hee hee ha ha moment. I thought we were having a heart to heart here. I thought we were really talking about something, but I guess we ain't talking about nothing. Because you were around here joking. But then, of course, she's like, I know he thinks I am terribly soft. I suppose your acts will suffice. But you could tell her that you're the king of wolves. And I was like, oh, shit. Yo, that is so dope. Like, that is just so dope. The king of the wolves. I don't think that's something that we've really heard be mentioned yet. And then she calls him the king of wolves. And I was like, that's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. And then I love how Perrin's like, okay, she sounds super serious about all of that as well. And then this is when we find out that when she turned around, she freaking drugged this man. She basically put sleep herb into this dude's drink and then turned around with the cup when he didn't know. And then she just walked up to him as they're having this heart-to-heart talking about all this stuff while he's laying there with a freaking arrow sticking out of his... Yo, what's up with the kiwi? What up with it, Curbs? How you doing, my boy? Yeah, you got gifted a membership by LBF, Light Blinded Fool. He came through with the 5 gifted. Shout out to my guy, and you got one of those 5. So shout out to my guy. W Light. So like I said, every time she takes 2 steps forward, she takes 30 steps back. Because I'm like, yo, why did you just drug Perrin? Why did you just drug this man? He told you all the stuff. But I mean, he's hard-headed. So I mean, I kind of understand why she drugged him a little bit. But still, like, what are you doing? You know? Don't drug him. That's not nice. Yo, but that is chapter 41. Chat, chapter 41 was a banger. Chapter 41 is an absolute banger. Taishar. RJ gives the lore, then backs up in world. Yes. And that is freaking awesome. Like, that is one of the biggest notes that I have taken, Matt, from this reading. Like, I think I said it last week, but, like, or the week before. This has definitely made me such a better writer. Like, doing book club has made me an increasingly better writer. One of the major reasons why I wanted to do book club as well is because I wanted to read other writers' stuff. And, you know, I just be doing just like, bro, how do I have, like, when do I get to read something? Why don't we just double this up and let's also figure out a way to get this content going from it and read these amazing stories and take part of all of these amazing fandoms that are wrapped around these stories. And I think it's been a great job. Yeah, I think it's done a great job with kind of just being able to learn from all of this different stuff and learn from all of you freaking nerds as well. You know, she's literally cousin to the queen, which is insane. He's the uncle of the queen, next in line. So Fail is like maybe second in line. Exactly. Like she ran away from royal duty. It's like she's obviously lying about so much more. And then for her to call him king of the wolves, it's like, oh yeah, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, Lady Fail. She may even still be lying. And she might actually be the actual queen. Dog still want a bone is crazy. Yeah, a good soldier never, ever lets talent go to waste. For real, for real. So now does Fail drop the mustache? What? Hell no, she doesn't drop the mustache. If anything, the mustache is even bigger. If anything, the mustache is more full. Because while everything that she says does make some type of sense, she's still so obviously lying about something. And she's been lying up until this point, which is obviously an issue. And I feel like she's still lying about something because just having, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like I don't know. Until I see her daddy, the major general with the goddamn stripes, and her cousin, the queen of goddamn England. Until I see that, I don't believe it. Because she's a liar and she's sneaky as hell. And she drugged Parrot. After he just told her about how the wolf dreams are, she drugged him and made him sleep hard and long to where he wouldn't be able to wake up out of the dream. And she also nah, bruh. Nah. I'm sorry, but Fail definitely has a mustache, baby, underneath the nose. You feel me? 100%. Yeah, she drugged him. Fail's a cold rock liar, but so is Perrin. He didn't tell her about the wolves. I don't know if that's the same though. I don't think an absence of information is the same thing as the lie, right? Because it's not like, I guess her absence of information was actually a lie too, technically. But I don't think a lie is necessarily I don't think the lie is the absence of information. I think it's more so the altering of information. One can argue that lying is more of a spectrum and it comes in many shades in many ways, but essentially, she is the bigger liar. Her pants are indeed on fire, while Perrin's pants are not on fire. His pants, at most, are maybe a little warm. I mean, he told her about Rand being the Dragon Reborn and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is so much more. He was honest with her about huge things that literally could get everybody murdered and killed, and then she was still lying about this basic thing. Like, I mean, it is big, but still, like, what? You're literally rocking with the Dragon Reborn. I don't know. And it's kind of crazy that she is this royalty and she's literally out here in the field. Like, that just does. I mean, I guess Elaine is also royalty out there in the field. So I guess it's not that surprising that there could be someone else out there in the field not listening and being hard headed. I guess when you put it in that kind of viewpoint, it makes more sense. But also, like, damn. It's not like Perrin was like staring at her and he was like, "Oh yeah, my eyes turned yellow because I took a bath at midnight in the pool of dreams." You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't no shit like that. You know? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, we're still in this chapter. Okay. Lying can be anything from not telling the whole truth, as the Aes Sedai know, or actively obscuring the facts. Yeah. Yes. Which is why I said lie is very much so more of a spectrum of things, because all of those things are definitely considered lies. But I guess some lies are more weighted, you know? Like, a lie can definitely be, one lie can be worse than another lie, right? Or is it like, no, you're a dirty liar? No, no, because that's the difference, right? It's like you can be a liar, you can be a goddamn liar, you can be a dirty liar, you can be a dirty, rotten liar. You know what I mean? There's levels to that shit. Levels to that shit, homie. Lying by omission is still lying? No. No. I mean, yes, but no. Like, I don't think Perrin was lying, because when did he ever give her an answer to anything? He legit always ignored her question. Never gave her an answer once. So that's not lying, because he never answered her. He never was like, oh, my eyes are yellow because of this, or just because of this other stuff. Like, no. I don't think he ever gave her an answer ever. I think he literally changed didn't he change the thing every time she tried to like get it out of him? I don't think he ever told her anything. Did he? She did lie by omission by not saying that her dad was more than a fur trader, but technically he probably was. Yeah. Did Perrin lie by omission? I mean, Fail must have had questions about his eyes, and he hadn't told her. Yeah, he didn't lie by omission. He didn't lie at all. He just didn't tell her shit. I don't think he ever gave her an answer for anything. He was never like, oh, it's because of this. Oh, I don't even think he told her the lie of him being a sniffer, did he? I don't even know if she was in the party yet. And if she was in the party, he told that lie to everybody, not just to her. But I mean, I guess technically that is to her too. But you know what I mean? Like, they both lied. I don't know. I don't know if you can admit truth if you don't admit nothing. Can you omit truth if you don't omit? You know? He ain't leave out no details. He didn't give any. You know what I'm saying? He's not omitting any details. He kept them all to himself. He didn't know. He ain't leave out a few to make shit seem different. To shit. No. He just straight up didn't say nothing. Why are your eyes yellow? All right. Let's go have some food, guys. What? Did you hear me? Are you ignoring me? Like, and she said that shit to him a lot. Are you ignoring me, Paranoid Baybar? And yeah, he was. Because he's like, bro, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to lie. I'm just going to not answer your dumb question. Leave me alone. Go away. That's hella funny. Bro literally just stared like, so how's the weather going? Exactly. Hey, look, a squirrel. Bro literally was just like, hey. You know? Leaving out everything is the definition? No. What? The definition of omitting is leaving out one thing, you know? Like if you're making a cake but you don't put salt in it, you omit the salt. But if you never make the cake, you can't omit the cake. It just was never created. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm like, yo, did you make that cake? And then you're like, oh yeah, I made the cake. And then I eat it and it's like gluten free. Like, damn. Or like, yo, did you get the cake? Did you make the cake? And then you're like, yeah, I made the cake. And then you go to and you're like, well, technically, you know, I cracked a couple eggs, but you know, my mom made the cake. So like, nigga, did you make the cake or not? I mean, technically, I made the cake because I put the cake in the oven once all the ingredients was done. So yeah, it's like I don't know, technicalities and stuff are interesting. A lot of people like to play on technicalities. It's like, well, technically, yeah, I don't know. Saying some truths to mask the rest is a more powerful way of saying, hey, look, a squirrel. Saying a truth to mask the rest. It's like, I don't know. I think that's iffy to say those things are in the same realm. But I don't know. Because it's like when you're omitting something, you're failing to include specific details for specific reason because you're trying to get a person to think something specifically. But if you're not answering a question at all, you're not answering the question. You're like, nope. So it's not like he finally. I guess in a way they are both still telling the truth for the first time, but I don't know if that means they're both lying though. Because it's like, hey, why are your eyes like that? I think it would more so be omitting the truth if Perrin said something more on the lines of like, my eyes are yellow because I met Elias. My eyes are yellow because it just happened when I met Elias. Like, I think that is more so omitting the truth than being like, can you omit the truth if you plead the fifth? Is pleading the fifth omitting the truth? Because, I mean, in all technicality, he pleaded the fifth because he didn't say anything. But she definitely lied. Like, if they were on the stand, right? And he put it, and they both put their hands on the Bible, and then he was like, and they both said, I swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. And then they got on stage, and then she does not tell the whole truth, and he doesn't say anything. She's the one that's getting held in contempt, not him, because he pled the fifth, right? Am I tripping? I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that would be a straight up lie. But I mean, it happened when he met Elias. So if he's like, when I met Elias, no, I guess his eyes were already yellow. But if you know what I'm saying. If he admitted the truth of being a full wolf brother, I don't even know. How do you even admit the truth to being a wolf brother? Like, what do you say? Like, I can talk to wolves. I feel like him saying that he's a sniffer. Well, that's a straight up lie too, because he's not a sniffer. That is definitely a straight up lie. But I stand by my lawyer in court analogy. I think that's the best way to wrap that up just with a bow. You know what I mean? Like, because we can only use things by the definition of what the thing is. So it's like, you cannot tell a half truth if you don't say anything. You can't omit a detail if you're not giving any details, right? Because by definition, omitting something is leaving a detail out. If you leave out all of the details, you're not leaving. You can't leave out you know what I mean? Like, you're not omitting a detail if you omit all details. Can you? Leave out or exclude someone or something, either intentionally or forgetfully. He was omitted from the second test. What? No, that doesn't do anything for me. To leave out. She omitted the last chapter from the book. To fail to do. They omitted to inform us of the change. To exclude. He was omitted from the team. Leave out, exclude, drop, miss, skip. Include, add, insert. I guess I don't know. I feel like it's really iffy. If the definition of omit is to leave something out, to say that leaving everything out is the same thing as omitting. But I'm not. I don't know. I don't know though. I don't know. Because it's like, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll deep dive into this. I'll pray on it. I'll pray on it, chat. I'll talk to the light about this one. You know? That's my thing. Is like, how can you lie if you never answer a question? That doesn't even seem like, that doesn't make sense to my brain at all. Like, why are your eyes golden? You liar! Like, what? like answer me. Answer the question. Like, it's not like he said, I don't know. He's just not answering. Like, bro, no. I plead the fifth, bro. I'm not going to answer. You can't say I'm a liar if I plead the fifth. That's the whole reason to plead the fifth is a thing. So you're not a liar, right? Like, I'm not going to incriminate myself. I'm not going to da-da-da-da. So I plead the fifth. No, I'm not going to answer you. No. My choice. You can't call me a liar because I didn't tell you the truth. I'm not sure how he avoided the question, but seems like maybe Fayoda. I feel that. I don't think it was ever a question either. I think this is the first time she's ever asked him about his eyes. And he just straight up answered her. So if that's the case, then he's really not a liar. There's really no omitting the truths if no one has asked a question. But I still stand by, you cannot omit unless you answer. If the glove don't fit, you cannot. Uh, but I do feel like he said stuff like just leave it alone, Fail, or stuff like that, right? Like that is not lying. To say something to be like, yo, why are your eyes yellow? Leave it alone. Don't worry about it. There's no omitting that's not omitting the truth. That's not none of that. That's just like, hey, man. I no. You're lying. What? Answer me. No, you're lying. That's not how I don't think that's how that works. You feel me? Because I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think Fail would have let him get away with lying at all. I don't know. But all right. That ends our little lawyer session right there. You feel me? Let's get into our last damn. The hell did that come from? Let's get into our last chapter of the night. Where is it at? Here we go. Let's get into the last chapter of the night, and that is
Chapter 42. A Missing Leaf. Perrin stood near the Tuatha'an wagons under bright sunlight, alone, and there was no arrow in his side, no pain. Among the wagons, firewood was stacked ready to be lit beneath iron cookpots hanging from tripods, and clothes hung from wash lines. There were no people or horses. He wore neither coat nor shirt, but a blacksmith's long leather vest that left his arms bare. It could have been any dream, perhaps, except that he was aware it was a dream. And he knew the feel of the wolf dream, the reality and solidity of it, from the long grass around his boots, to the breeze out of the west that ruffled his curly hair, to the scattered ash and hemlock. The tinker's gaudy wagons did not seem real, though. They had an air of insubstantiality, a feel that they might shimmer and be gone any moment. They never remained long in one place, tinkers. No soil held them. Wondering how much the land held him, he rested a hand on his axe and looked down in surprise. The heavy blacksmith's hammer hung in the loop on his belt, not the axe. He frowned. Once he would have chosen that way, had even thought he had, but surely no more. The axe? He had chosen the axe. Hammerhead suddenly became half-moon blade and thick spike, flickered back to stout cylinder of cold steel, fluttered between. Finally it stopped, as his axe, and he exhaled slowly. That had never happened before. Here he could change things as he wanted with ease, things about himself at least.
And I want the axe,
he said firmly.
the axe.
Looking around, he could just see a farmhouse to the south, and deer browsing the barley field, surrounded by a rough stone wall. There was no feel of wolves, and he did not call Hopper. The wolf might or might not come, or even hear, but Slayer could well be out there somewhere. A bristling quiver abruptly tugged at his belt opposite the axe, and he had a stout longbow in his hand with a broad-head arrow nocked. A long leather bracer covered his left forearm. Nothing moved except those deer.
Not likely I'll wake soon,
he muttered to himself. Whatever that stuff was that Fail had fed him, it had taken him right off. He remembered it as clearly as if he had watched over her shoulder.
Fed it to me like I was a babe,
He growled.
Women.
He took one of those long strides. The land blurred around him, and stepped into the farmyard. 2 or 3 chickens scattered, running as if they had already gone feral. The rock-walled sheepfold stood empty, and both thatch-roofed barns were barred shut. Despite curtains still at the windows, the 2-story farmhouse had the look of emptiness. If this was a true reflection of the waking world, and the wolf dream usually was in an odd way, the people here had been gone for days. Fail was right. His warning had spread beyond the places he had gone.
Absolutely crazy. I don't know if up until this moment in my notes, I was like, am I just now realizing that the wolf's dream is Tel'aran'rhiod? And I think the answer to that question is a renowned yes. Like I did not realize that was Tel'aran'rhiod that we were in. There's just so many different realms and dream layers and stuff. I didn't know the wolf dream was Tel'aran'rhiod, but it made sense here. I was like, oh yeah, this is obviously Tel'aran'rhiod, bro. I knew that almost immediately. And then my question after that was, is Slayer Waste Man or not land? Because then once I figured out that was Tel'aran'rhiod, because I literally it did not, like, that connection did not click in my brain. I was legit like, oh shit, wait, this is Tel'aran'rhiod. Like, it was a aha moment, literally, for me. So that's where I was like, okay, is Slayer Waste Man or not land? Because we know that both of them are here in Tel'aran'rhiod because of what happened with what happened with Nynaeve, right? We know that they're both there. So, in my opinion, that just means, that means something for sure. What? Who knows? But he continues to, travel through Tel'aran'rhiod a little bit, and he realizes that not everybody has left. Almost everybody has left their homes, but, there are still some of those people that are not exactly, excited to
Or more
be
apart, up above where a man might set
to
himself to
leave.
watch for
Excuse me.
another who meant to sneak up on the place that arrow had fired.
Okay, I went a little too far.
From a final bound took him back onto a slope above Manetherin's grave, crouching among meagre, wind-slanted pines with bow ready to draw. Below him, among the stunted trees and boulders, the arrow had been fired. Slain out of the valley of Manetherin. Out. It has to be out. Twin masses of living greenery stirring in the breeze, exposing that dull, silvery surface. His reflection shimmered in it. How? He wondered. Loyal locked the bloody thing. Unaware of crossing the distance, suddenly he was right at the waygate. There was no trefoil leaf among the verdant tangle on the inside of the two gates. Strange to think that at that moment in the waking world, someone, or something, was passing through where he stood. Touching the dull surface, he grunted. It might as well have been a mirror. His hand slid across it as across the smoothest glass. From the corner of his eye, he caught the Avendasora leaf suddenly in its place on the inside, and leaped back just as the waygate began swinging shut. Someone, or something, had come out or gone in. Out. It has to be out. He wanted to doubt that it was more Trollocs and Fades coming into the two rivers. The gates merged, became stone carvings again. A sense of being watched was all the warning he had. He jumped, a half-seen image of black streaking through where his chest had been. An arrow. Jumped in one of those world-blurring stretches, landed on a far slope and jumped again, out of the valley of Manetherin into a stand of towering fir, and again. Running, he thought furiously, picturing the valley in his mind, and that brief glimpse of the arrow. It had come from that direction, at that angle when it reached him, so it had to have come from... A final bound took him back onto a slope above Manetherin's grave, crouching among meagre, wind-slanted pines with bow ready to draw. Below him, among the stunted trees and boulders, the arrow had been fired. Slayer had to be down there somewhere. He had to be down. Without thinking, Perrin leaped away, the mountains a smear of grey and brown and green. Almost, he growled. Almost he had duplicated his mistake in the waterwood, thinking again an enemy would move to suit him, wait where he wanted. This time he ran as hard as he could, only 3 flashing strides to the edge of the sandhills, hoping he had not been seen. This time he circled wide, coming back higher on that same mountainside, up where the air felt thin and cold and the few trees were thick-trunked bushes 50 paces or more apart, up above where a man might set himself to watch for another who meant to sneak up on the place that arrow had fired. And there his quarry was, 100 paces below, dark-haired and dark-coated, a tall man crouched beside a table-sized granite outcrop, his own half-drawn bow in hand, studying the slope farther down with eager patience. This was the first time Perrin had gotten a good look at him. 100 paces was little distance for his eyes. This slayer's high-collared coat had a borderland cut, and his face looked enough like Lan's to be the warder's brother's. Only Lan had no brothers, no living kin at all that Perrin knew, and if he had had any, they would not have been here. A borderlander, though. Maybe Shinaran, though his hair was long, not shaved to a topknot, and was held back by a braided leather cord, just like Lan's. He could not be Malchieri. Lan was the last living Malchieri. Wherever he came from, Perrin felt no compunction at all in drawing his bow, broadhead point aimed at Slayer's back. The man had tried to kill him from ambush. A downhill shot could be tricky. Perhaps he had taken too long, or perhaps the fellow felt his cold gaze. But suddenly, Slayer became a blur, streaking away east. With a curse, Perrin pursued. 3 strides to the sandhills, another into the westward. Among the oaks and leatherleaf and underbrush, Slayer seemed to vanish. Halting, Perrin listened. Silence. The squirrels and birds had gone still. He inhaled deeply. A small herd of deer had passed that way not long since, and a faint tinge of something human but too cold for a man, too emotionless. A scent that tickled his mind with familiarity. Slayer was somewhere close. The air lay as still as the forest, no stir of breeze to tell him which way that scent came.
A neat trick, Golden Eyes, locking the waygate.
Perrin tensed, ears straining. No telling from where in this dense growth that voice had come. Not so much as a leaf rustled.
If you knew how many of the shadow rot died trying to get out of the ways there, it would lift your heart. Machin Shin feasted at that gate, Golden Eyes. But not a good enough trick. You saw. The gate is open now.
There, off to the right. Perrin slipped through the trees as silently as he had when he had hunted here.
It was only a few hundred to begin, Golden Eyes. Just enough to keep those fool white cloaks off balance and see that the renegade died.
Slayer's voice became angry.
The shadow consume me if that man does not have more luck than the white tar!
Abruptly, he chuckled.
Oh, but you, Golden Eyes, your presence was a surprise. There are those who want your head on a pike. Your precious 2 rivers will be harrowed from end to end now to root you out. What do you say to that, Golden Eyes?
Perrin froze close beside the gnarled trunk of a great oak. Why was the man talking so much? Why was he talking at all? He's drawing me right to him. Putting his back against the oak's thick bole, he studied the forest. No movement. Slayer wanted him to come nearer. No doubt into an ambush. And he wanted to find the man and rip his throat out. Yet it could easily be himself who died, and if that happened, no one would know the waygate was open, and Trollocs coming by hundreds, maybe even thousands. He would not play Slayer's game. With a mirthless smile, he stepped out of the wolf dream, telling himself to wake, and Fail twined her arms around his neck and nipped his beard with small white teeth, while Tinker's fiddles sang some wild, heated tune around the campfires. Hyla's powder. I can't wake up. Awareness that it was a dream faded. Laughing, he scooped Fail up in his arms and carried her into the shadows, where the grass was soft. Waking.
Crazy. She literally roofied my boy so much that he couldn't even fight back. Like, he just had to succumb to the dream. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had no other choice, literally. He had to just succumb to the dream because bro was lost in the sauce. That's hilarious. Well, we find out that the waygate is open. We find out that Slayer is indeed not land, or not land, I should say. Slayer is not land, and we also find out that, in fact, not only is Slayer not land, but we also find out that Tel'aran'rhiod is the wolf dream. Like, the wolf dream and Tel'aran'rhiod have to be one and the same at this point. Like, there's no way they're not. Because if they're not, then that means that Slayer is traveling from Tel'aran'rhiod also into the wolf dreams. And I just don't think that is happening. Like, I don't think that's happening. Like, even though Slayer looks like Lan and he's obviously not Lan, you know, that's why we are calling Slayer not Lan. It's like, bruh, I don't know, bro. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on with that not Lan. If Lan has like a twin brother or something, that would be crazy. Honestly, that would be crazy. Like, that would be freaking crazy. I love how Fayu was like, yeah, I don't give a damn about anything that you just said. We're going back to the place. It's like, damn, bro, I love it. And then, you know, Perrin tries to talk the Tinkers, the Travelers into coming back to Eamon's Field, but they are like, bruh, nah. Like, the leader says something about it, and like the women and children like damn near shudder in fear at going to the two rivers. But I loved it because Rian, the like the chieftain of them, is essentially like, no. But damn, I thought about it. You know what I mean? He's like, Perrin, I can't believe you got me to think about going into your city. What the hell is that about? You know what I mean? That was funny. That was funny. I really liked that he was like, I considered it. What's up with you, Perrin? No. Actually, hey, y'all. Y'all want to go? They was like, ah. He was like, see, bruh, we ain't going. That was crazy. Honestly, that was all wild. I love that. I love that. Yeah, they were like, bro, we're not going nowhere. You came in peace, depart now in peace. Always will our fires welcome you. The way of the leaf is peace. Peace be on you always, and on all the people. I will find the strong, I will find the song, or another will find the song, but the song will be sung this year or in a year to come. Wow, bruh. Wow. Wow. Love it. Absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Peace be on you, Perrin. He's like, yo, will you please come with us? And he's like, nah, have a good one, G. It's like, God damn it, bro. Like, God damn it, bro. What's happening here? Like, what are we doing? And it also had me rolling when Gaul was like super surprised that Chiad had said something about them playing I can't think of the game. Maiden's what was the game? Maiden's Kiss? Yeah, Maiden's Kiss. That's the name of it. He was like, who said that? The woman is Gaishen! Gaishen! I should take her back to Hot Springs as Gaishen. The word sounded angry, but not his tone. Like, what the hell was bro talking about? What was bro talking about, bro? Why did he say that? The woman is Goshen! Goshen! I should take her back to Hot Springs and make her Gaishen. Like, what was bro talking about? What is it? What? A Midral has less cunning than a woman, Gaul said in a flat voice, and Trollocs fight with more honor. And a goat has more sense. And then he goes right next to him. I'm like, bro, what's happening right now? like, bro, what's going on? Oh, and then before they leave, they're like, she's like, "Oh, Perrin, you want to see this dance of whatever?" Like Isla says it about the women there, and then Fayo goes, "Shit, you don't know nothing about this dance." And then Isla's like, and I was like, "Yo, Fayo little freak, Fayo little freak." And then she's like, and then he baits her into thinking about the other dance. And he's like, "I don't have to worry about it. You already promised to do the Sasara for me. Is it anything close to the Taganza?" And she's like, "You muscle-brained oaf. Men have thrown their hearts and fortunes at the feet of women who dance the Sasara." And he was like, "Then there really isn't any reason for you to do it. My heart and fortune, such as they are, already lie at your feet." Oh shit, Barrett. Oh shit, son. Oh shit, son. Let's go. Perrin A. Barra. My guy got the Riz. Perrin Rizbara. You feel me? He really told her a little something. I like that. That shit really had me dying, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Perrin Golden Eyes. Riz brother.
Will began to whistle, coming home from Tarwin's Gap, and 3 or 4 was agony. He held himself upright. It seemed to hurt a fraction less that way. Besides, he did not want to spoil the lift that Tuathan had given everyone's spirits. The other men were sitting up straight in their saddles too, even those who had been hunched over and clinging the day before. And Ban and Daniel and the others walked with heads up. He would not be the first to slump. Will began to whistle, coming home from Tarwin's Gap, and 3 or 4 more took it up. After a time, Ban began to sing in a clear, deep voice. My home is waiting there for me, and the girl I left behind. Of all the treasure that waits for me, that's what I want to find. Her eyes so merry and her smile so sweet, her hug so warm and her ankle neat, her kiss is hot, now there's a treat. If there's a treasure greater, it lies not in my mind. More joined in on the second verse until everyone sang, even Ivan and Fail. Not Perrin, of course. He had been told often enough that he sounded like a stepped-on frog singing. Some even fell into step with the music. Oh, I have seen stark Tarwin's Gap and the Trollocs' raving horde. I have stood for the half-man's charge and walked on death's cold board. But a winsome lass, she waits for me, for a dance and a kiss 'neath the apple tree. Perrin shook his head.
Let's
The day
go.
before they had been ready to run and hide. Today they sang.
We ain't running and
About
hiding
battle so
nowhere
long ago
today.
that it had left no memory but this song in the 2 rivers. Perhaps they were becoming soldiers. They would have to, unless he managed to close that waygate. Farms began to appear more often, closer together, until they travelled along hard-packed dirt between fields bordered by hedges or low, rough stone walls. Abandoned farms. No one here clung to the land. They came to the old road, which ran north from the White River, the Manetherindrel, through Devonride to Emmons Field, and at last began to see sheep in the pastures. Great clumps like a dozen men's flocks gathered together, with 10 shepherds where there once would have been 1, and half of them grown men. Bow-armed shepherds watched them pass, singing at the tops of their lungs, not knowing quite what to make of it. Perrin did not know what to make of his first view of Emmons Field, and neither did the other 2 rivers men, from the way their singing faltered and died. The trees, fences, and hedges closest to the village were simply gone, cleared away. The westernmost houses of Emmons Field had once stood among the trees on the edge of the westwood. The oaks and leatherleaf between the houses remained, but now the forest's brim stood 500 paces away, a long bowshot. and axes rang loud as men pushed it back farther. Row on row of waist-high stakes, driven into the ground at an angle, surrounded the village a little out from the houses, and presented a continuous hedge of sharpened points, except where the road ran in. At intervals behind the stakes, men stood like sentries, some wearing bits of old armour or leather shirts sewn with rusty steel discs, a few in dented old steel caps, with boar spears or halberds rooted out of attics, or bush hooks fitted to long poles. Other men and boys were up on some of the thatched roofs with bows. They stood when they saw Perrin and the others coming, and shouted to people below. Beside the road, behind the stakes, stood a contraption of wood and thick twisted rope, with a nearby pile of stones bigger than a man's head. Ivan noticed Perrin frowning at it as they came closer.
Catapult, the warder said. 6 so far. Your carpenters knew what to do once Tomas and I showed them. The stakes will hold off charging Trollocs or White Cloaks. Either one.
He might have been discussing the prospects for more rain. I told you your village was preparing to defend itself. Fail sounded fiercely proud, as though it were her village. A hard people for such a soft land. They could almost be Saldaean. Moraine always said Manetherin's blood runs strong here still. Perrin could only shake his head. The hard-packed dirt streets were nearly crowded enough for a city, the gaps between houses filled with carts and wagons, and through open doors and unshuttered windows he could see more people. The crowd parted before Ivan and the Aiel, and rustling whispers accompanied them along the street. It's Perrin Goldeneyes! Perrin Goldeneyes! Perrin Goldeneyes! He wished they would not do that. These people knew him, some of them. What did they think they were doing? There was horse-faced Nasa Ireland, who had paddled his 10-year-old backside that time Matt talked him into stealing one of her gooseberry pies. And there was pink-cheeked, big-eyed Celia Cole, the first girl he had ever kissed and still pleasingly plump. And Pel Adea, with his pipe and his bald head, who had taught Perrin how to catch trout with his hands. And Days Conger herself, a tall, wide woman who made Alspet Luhan seem soft, with her husband Wit, a scrawny man overshadowed as always by his wife. And they were all staring at him and whispering to the people from off who might not know who he was. When old Sen Buey lifted a little boy up on his shoulder, pointing at Perrin and talking enthusiastically to the boy, Perrin groaned. They had all gone mad. Townsfolk trailed after Perrin and the others, around them in a parade that rode a swell of murmurs. Chickens scurried every which way under people's feet. Bawling calves and pigs squealing in pens behind the houses competed with the noise of the humans. Sheep crowded the green, and black and white milk cows cropped the grass in company with flocks of geese, grey and white. And in the middle of the green rose a tall pole, the red-bordered white banner at its peak rippling lazily, displaying a red wolf's head. He looked at Fail, but she shook her head, as surprised as he. A symbol? Perrin had not heard Verin approach, though now he caught hushed whispers of Aes Sedai floating around her. Ivan did not look surprised. People stared at her with awe-filled eyes. People need symbols, Verin went on, resting a hand on Stepper's shoulder. When Alana told a few of the villagers how much Trollocs fear wolves, everyone seemed to think this banner a grand idea. Don't you, Perrin? Was there a dryness in her voice then? Her dark eyes looked up at him, bird-like. A bird watching a worm? I wonder what Queen Morghese will think of that, Fail said. This is part of Andor. Queens seldom like strange banners being raised in their realms. That's nothing but lines on a map.
This shit is awesome, bro.
Perrin told her. It was good to be still. The throbbing from the arrowhead seemed to have abated somewhat.
I did not even know we were supposed to be part of Andor until I went to Caemlyn. I doubt many people here do.
Rulers have a tendency to believe maps, Perrin. There was no doubt of the dryness in Fail's tone. When I was a child, there were parts of Saldaea that had not seen a taxman in 5 generations. Once father could turn his attention from the Blight for a time, Tenobia made sure they knew who their queen was.
This is the 2 rivers, he said, grinning. Not Saldaea.
They did sound very fierce up there in Saldaea. As he turned back to Verin, the grin became a frown.
I thought you were hiding who you are.
He could not say which was more disturbing, Aes Sedai there in secret, or Aes Sedai in the open. The Aes Sedai's hand hovered an inch from the broken-off arrow jutting from his side. Something tingled around the wound. Oh, this is not good, she murmured. Caught in the rib and some infection in spite of that poultice. This needs Alana, I think. She blinked and pulled her hand back. The tingle went too. What? Hiding? Oh, with what has been stirred up here now, we could hardly remain hidden. I suppose we could have gone away. You wouldn't want that, would you? There was that sharp, considering, bird-like stare again. He hesitated and finally sighed. I suppose not. Oh, that is good to hear, she said with a smile. Why did you really come here, Verin? She did not seem to hear him, or did not want to. Now, we need to see to that thing in you, and these other lads need to be looked after too. Alana and I will see to the worst, but... The men with him were as stunned by what they found here as he was. Ban scratched his head at the banner, and a few just stared around in amazement. Most looked at Verin, though, wide-eyed and uneasy. They had surely heard the whispers of Aes Sedai. Perrin was not escaping those looks entirely himself, he realized, talking to an Aes Sedai as though she were just any village woman. Verin considered them right back, then suddenly, without seeming to look, reached behind her to snatch a girl of about 10 or 12 out of the onlookers. The girl, her long dark hair caught up with blue ribbons, went rigid with shock. You know Days Conga, girl, Verin said. Well, you find her and tell her there are injured men who need a wisdom's herbs. And tell her to jump. You tell her I'll have no patience with her heirs. Do you have that? Off with you. Perrin did not recognize the girl, but evidently she did know Days, because she flinched at the message. But Verin was an Aes Sedai. After a moment of weighing, Days Conga against an Aes Sedai, the girl scampered away into the crowd. And Alana will take care of you, Verin said, peering up at him again. He wished she did not sound as though there might be two meanings to that.
Wow. 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 What a marvelous section for the reading this week, ladies and gentlemen. I loved it so much. This was such a banger. Let's go. It has me hyped, man. I'm hyped. I'm ready to go. I can't wait for whatever is coming next. Yo, I love that they have taken on the wolf as their like banner that they're like existing under. It's so awesome to see that happening for Perrin. Perrin is so dope. Perrin doesn't even realize that he basically saved all of the people that are there, and then he wonders why they are praising him again. He's like, yo, all I did was go out, band all of these people together under one thing to help us go and free the people from the White Cloaks, and then took them on a crusade to kill the Trollocs throughout Emond's Field, and saved thousands and saved hundreds and hundreds of farmers and their families. Why would everybody want to serve me and think that I'm some mythical creature that's now out here with golden eyes and legitimately fighting Trollocs and Madrals point blank like it's nothing? I'm just the normal blacksmith. Bro, I don't think I've seen you blacksmith anything this entire time. Bro, I have never seen you smith anything. All I have seen you do is magical shit, bro, the entire time I have known you. I haven't seen you smith one thing. All I have seen you do is this magical shit. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Like, that shit's hilarious. That shit is hilarious, for real. What a W chapter. I just love it. Like, that shit was just fantastic. Hilarious as well. The Wolf King has returned is one of my notes that I wrote down. Like, I just love it. Oh, and my other note is Verin is just being Verin. Like, and I saw someone else say that Verin is in her element. I don't know who said that. LBF. Yeah, Verin is in her element, yo, exactly. Because she is so just like, just absorbing it all in. I'm so down for the town folk idolizing Perrin Golden Eyes, basically calling him king. It was very interesting to hear the way that Fail talked about how more gays would feel about this, because this is also something that we heard Elaine say. Elaine said this same thing about the two rivers, and bro was and when she said it then, they were like, bro, what the hell? We don't give a shit about Queen more gays. Like that's basically what they were saying, you know? And so I am interested in knowing if that's like a little foreshadowing to something that's going to happen. I do feel like it is foreshadowing. I highlighted that in orange, which is the new handy dandy foreshadowing color when we think that we're hearing something that may come up again later. You know, that's definitely the vibe there. So that's what I felt, man. I really did. I was like, this is interesting for multiple reasons. It's interesting for multiple reasons. One of the reasons why it's interesting is because, like I said, Elaine had already said that, and now we know, like, it's like, you know, that just is one reason for it to come back around. Now we are hearing it from the viewpoint of another royal child, you know, quote unquote, another royal child is having the same thought process of, yo, this land is Queen More Gazes. And then they again say, this land is not Queen More Gazes. She only thinks that because of lines that are drawn on a map. So now Perrin is literally rising up. He has everyone like literally not falling for him, following him, ready to ride out. Literally got all of these farmers and normal people together. I would not be surprised if word is traveling that, yo, there are people rising under the wolf banner in Aemon's Field to go up against the White Claw. You know what I mean? Like, we already know that these tales are traveling very quickly, very fast. These tales travel. So, the only thing they're missing is a bard in their party to, you know, tell this story throughout the lands, because damn. You know what I'm saying? That's just, it's just crazy, bro. We're cooking right now. We're cooking right now. I am so excited to see what happens in the next chapters. And one of the last things that I wrote here is that the two rivers now have the banner of the wolf, and it is amazing to see how Perrin, excuse me, it is amazing to see how Rand, Perrin, and Matt have come so far. You know what I mean? Like, each of them, like, they have went from farm boy, blacksmith, damn, wow. Okay, it's crazy because Rand, Perrin, and Matt have went from farmer, blacksmith, and gambler to the dragon, the wolf, and the old blood. Like, that is just such a crazy transition for each of their characters, and I freaking love it. I really do. I really do love every single thing that we have got to experience within this book, within this episode, you guys. It's been such a good episode from Watcher to Reader today. And I love this book. I can't believe that we're almost done with it. Not too much longer to go, y'all. Not too much longer to go at all. So I hope you guys are all ready for the future of all these book clubby things that we're going to be getting into, because it's about to get wild. Let's see. Wolf Slayer equals land, Slayer equals land light. Yeah, exactly. Slayer is Timu Lan. That's funny. You can make someone Guy Shan if you touch them while they're armed. So apparently there was some touching happening. Ah. Hey, yo, bro was touching on her while she was armed. Yo, bro said I'm gonna take her back and make her guy shine. Hey, yo, that's a crazy bar. I'm not gonna lie, that's a crazy bar. Yo, take her back to the hot springs and make her guy Shan. Holy shit, what's going on, my boy? Go. And then for him to say all of that and then go right back up there with him and start talking again. Like, yo, that is hilarious. Oh my goodness. Diabolical. The song was so powerful as to reach the two rivers. Tarwin's Gap was shown as being the first defense of the borderlands in book 1, of course. Amazing how the song was so powerful as to reach the two rivers. Tarwin's Gap was shown. Oh, okay. They were blowing. They were all singing that shit. They were literally walking through like a gang. Everyone, I like the change that Perrin gets everyone singing. That's actually, yeah, that's true. He does get everyone singing. Very interesting. I like how Perrin gets them singing Weep for Manetheren in the show, though. Makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Even Sin Beauty? This has to be Taverin. Yeah. Legit though. You're kid, yo, LBF, you've been killing me with the commentary today, bro. WLBF. Ain't nobody going to relay that message to Days Conger. Too dangerous. Oh, that little girl going to relay that message, or she's scared she gonna get turned into a frog, you know? Like she's scared, bro. She ain't gonna just not do what the Aes Sedai told her to do. Yeah, we saw him do blacksmith stuff. You're right. I was watching him do it like he set her up on a thirst trap. Varen's publisher demanded a book on Taverin. I love it, yo. That's so funny. You know she is in it, bro. You know she is just having a great time. She's like, well, look at this, bro. The entire city has rallied beneath the wolf banner. Like, I am a little nervous that Perrin and Rand... I was nervous that Perrin and Rand might have to go up against each other since Perrin is raising like an army essentially. But then I was like, realistically, Perrin is riding for Rand until the very end. So, you know, he's probably going to bring his army to rock with Rand and go up against everything that they need. You know what I mean? Like, I would not be surprised about that at all. Oh, another change is they didn't fillet Matt's mom, I guess, in the book, right? Like, I don't think Matt's mom is filleted. I'm pretty sure I think she escaped with everyone else, didn't she? They did Matt dirty in the show, bro. They did, bro, absolutely dirty in the show, yo. Yo, because I'm pretty sure Matt's mom was, like, absolutely filleted. Literally. Like, Jesus. Imagine what Morghese might think when she hears there's a new lord in the Two Rivers. Yeah, she's going to be tripping for surely. He probably doesn't want both of them to be Guy Shan because it's not cool to have relations with Guy Shan. What? Okay, maybe just Bane because Gaul's into Chiad. That makes sense. That's kind of wild. I don't know why that's wild. I guess that makes sense. I guess they are kind of like stripped of all of their stuff. So to then do stuff with them would not be cool because they don't have like the ability to say no. Right? I guess that makes sense if that's the thought process behind that. But I don't know what the thought process is behind it for them. But I'm just saying, like, if that is it, that does make sense. Wild for him to say that. Even more wild for him to say that shit. Like, what? What the hell is he even talking about that? He's like, bruh, I'm going to make her my guy Sean so then I can sleep with her. Like, bro, what are we even talking about, Gall? Like, what is even the implications of what you're talking about, dog? So far, no flings, Max Mom. But, yo, facts, yo. Well, that'll bring us to an end of Dooski today for these episode of From Watcher to Reader. What a banger indeed. I really enjoyed this episode, guys. I really did, and I really did. I didn't even realize how long these chapters were. I feel like this had a lot of long chapters too. I feel like there's just been a lot of long chapters that we've been stumbling upon in these episodes. So like we haven't been able to really have short ones like we have been before. Like honestly, as I'm looking at these chapters, literally, none of the chapters were 50 minutes long in this book. Oh no, I'm lying. Chapter 2. Never mind. I lied. But the majority of these chapters in like the first half were not 50 minutes long. There were like a couple. There was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 5 of them in the first 25 chapters were 50 minutes long. But after the next 25 chapters have been like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 6, 7. Gotcha. All right, everybody, have a good rest of your day. I hope everybody has a good rest of the night. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Marvel Bros. Don't forget to tune in with us on our From Watcher to Reader channel. You feel me? It's out there for y'all to check out, and I appreciate all the love and support from each and every one of you. Shout out to LBF for coming through with the 5 gifted subs. You guys are all amazing for tuning in with me yet again. We will be back next week. You already know we weren't here last week because I was sick. Next week. Wait, is next Wednesday Christmas? No, next Wednesday is not Christmas. Are we going to be back here next week? If we are back here next week, it will be on Tuesday. Okay? It'll be on Tuesday. So if we're back, it'll be on Tuesdizzle. So I hope to see you guys right back here. With all that being said, I appreciate each and every one of you, as I always say. And I hope each and every you have a good rest of your night. So, if we do book club next week, it'll be on Tuesday. So it's not Christmas. V's up and out. Excelsior.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one. Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.